Good afternoon and welcome to Brazos Stadium on the campus of Grand Canyon University in Phoenix, Arizona. Game 2 of this 3-game series between the Lopes of Grand Canyon University and the Vaqueros of UTRGV. Grand Canyon got Game 1 last night by a score of 9-4. Look to win the series here as we go to the second game. The Lopes 17-19 on the year, 11-2 in Western Athletic Conference play, leading the conference by a half a game. And on the mound for GCU in this one, the left-hander, Jake Repovich. Repovich, a 4.19 ERA, a record of 4-3. This is his 10th start. Has not had an appearance out of the pen in 58 innings, 58 hits, 28 runs, 27 earned runs, 10 walks, and 40 strikeouts. Opponents hitting 267 against Jake Repovich. Defensively, behind the left-handed junior hurler for GCU, Tyler Wyatt in left, Preston Pavlica in center, Garrison Schwartz in right. Around the horn in the infield, left to right, third to first, Zach Malice, Mark Mumper, Austin Bull, and Ian Evans. And behind home plate, Josh Meyer gets the start again. Exact same lineup for Coach Stankiewicz in this one defensively, and the same batting lineup as well, which we'll get to in a moment. But the Vaqueros come in at 21-20. 4-9 in conference play. 18 of those 21 wins have come at home. They've only won on the road in 3 games this year. Their record away from Texas, 3-12 away from their home stadium. The Lopes, of course, 10-4 here at home and 17-19 on the season. Conrad McMahon, the sophomore center fielder, will lead things off for the Vaqueros. Jose Garcia, the left fielder, bats second. Joseph Collazo, the DH, bats third. Austin Senior, the second baseman, will bat fourth. Ivan Estrella, the shortstop, bats fifth. Anthony Gomez in right field bats sixth. Tyler Torres at third base bats seventh. Victor Garcia Jr., the first baseman, bats eighth. And Nick Schrank in as the catcher bats ninth. So McMahon, Garcia, Collazo, Senior, Estrella, Gomez, Torres, Garcia, and Schrank. Set to get going here. Beautiful day here at Brazos. It is getting warm. I saw Mark Mumper before the game, and he, of course, hails from Colorado and walked by and said, boy, that Phoenix heat is coming soon. I said, yep, it's here. First pitch from Repovich, outside corner, strike one, and we are underway. 94 degrees, no chance of rain, just like we like it. Light breezes at times, about 4 or 5 miles an hour. And when they do gust up, they'll blow out toward right field just a bit. The 0-1 from Repovich. Little chopper. Mumper, quick play. On the run, throws it away. Ricochets off the wall. They're going to throw and tag the runner, see if he turned the wrong way. He did not. So McMahon on with the E6. Well, we saw Mark Mumper make some very good plays yesterday. And now Andy Stankiewicz is going to run out there. And what the coach is saying is if the runner, McMahon, after he crossed first base, if he made a move towards second, he's got to get back to the bag before they tag him. And that's what Coach Stankiewicz is talking to with the umpire down there, because it looked like he did make a move towards second and stopped himself very quickly and then came back. So that's what the coach is talking about. Troy Haddock is your home plate umpire. It's Bill Barnes out there right now that Coach Stankiewicz is talking to. You watch the replay here. The throw goes away, and then you look at the move, and there's a move right towards second, and he came on the foul side or the fair side of the line. You see him just as he goes out of camera here. He makes that quick move, and don't pick up if he got past the line, which I believe he did. But either way, Coach Stankiewicz has had his say, and Bill Barnes said he was safe down there at first base. So Haddock, the umpire by home plate, Bill Barnes at first and Travis Reininger at third. And we've got a runner aboard with nobody out here. We just underway here in the first. Snap throw over, and they punch him out on the pickoff. It was a close play, and there's your makeup call right there if it was too close for comfort. McMahon can't believe it, and he's saying something to the home plate umpire. We've already had one player kicked out. You see that replay there. That snap throw by Repovich caught him flat-footed. The tag was a little bit lower there on the body. Evans, though, with the quick tag, and the air by Mumper is extinguished as McMahon heads back to the dugout. 1-0 on that first pitch. Well, Repovich, I don't know how many games has Repovich had a pickoff in the first inning. He's ended a couple of first innings by picking off a runner, 2 that I can remember. That might be his 3rd first inning pickoff this season. Swing and a miss. 1-1 to Jose Garcia, the number 2 hole hitter. Boy, we had some weird stuff going in a very slow game yesterday. We've already had some interesting plays here. Just 2 batters into this one. Garcia hitting .338 on the year, 6 homers, 27 RBI for the Vaqueros. Big swing and a miss. 1 ball and 2 strike to count. Well, the top of the order yesterday for the Vaqueros had a good first couple of at-bats. Vaqueros only scored 4 runs in the ball game. The top of the order scored all 4 of those in the first 3 innings. McMahon, Garcia, and Collazo, their first 2 trips to the plate were combined 5 for 6 with 4 runs scored. The 1-2. That hits him, got away. Garcia bends back. Took a little time before going down to first base, almost like he was looking out there like Repovich wanted to hit him with a 1-2 count. Well, guys get a little squirrely when they get hit with the pitch, so Repovich puts the first runner on with the air by Mumper, and then now he hits the second batter, so Garcia down there, and Garcia 8 for 14 in stolen bases. We'll keep an eye on him. Joseph Collazo, the DH, hitting .285 on the year with 4 homers, 31 RBI. Rep's already picked off 1 runner. Fastball, strike 1. Repovich eyeing the lead. Garcia doesn't throw over. Off-speed pitch, swing and a miss. So quickly ahead of Collazo, the DH, no balls and 2 strikes. Collazo was 2 for 5, got both of his hits in the first 2 at-bats. 1 run and 1 RBI the ball game last night. Throw over, a runner back safely. The Lopes come into this one atop the Western Athletic Conference standings, half game up on New Mexico State. Lopes and the Aggies, the only 2 teams above 500. Little chopper right side, foul ball. Count stays no balls and 2 strikes. Lopes at 11-2. Aggies at 9-1. Bakersfield is at 6-6. They are not playing in conference play this weekend, playing at Arizona State. Then you got Utah Valley at 5-5, Sac State at 6-8, Northern Colorado 4-6, Chicago State 4-6, UTRGV at 4-9, and Seattle, the team picked to win the conference, at 4-10 in the cellar. The 0-2 in the air. Pavlik arranging over toward right, drifting back, making the grab for the second out of the inning. I'll bring up Austin Senior. So now Collazo, the DH, back-to-back base hits to start the game last night in the first and third inning, is now 0 for his last 4 plate appearances. I'll bring up Austin Senior. Senior, the right-handed hitting second baseman. Senior hitting .244 on the year with 5 homers, 25 RBI. Senior was 0 for 3, the walk and a strikeout in the ball game last night. Garcia making moves over there, not going anywhere. Fastball, strike 1. Almost the exact same location that Repovich chose to start out Collazo with a called first strike. Repovich taking his time. The 0-1, ground ball to third. Malice off the backhand, picks it up, fires, not in time. Well, a hot shot down to third, and Malice went for the backhand. Looked like it kicked off the heel of the glove, and now you got runners at first and second with 2 outs, and Estrella. So you've got a couple of errors and a walk. The pickoff now huge for Repovich after the E6 by McMahon, or to get McMahon aboard. The pickoff of McMahon was the first out, then the walk to Garcia, the fly out by Collazo, and now E5. So the left side of the infield not helping out Repovich here. Estrella, the junior shortstop. Low and inside, ball 1. Estrella hitting .262, 1 homer, 27 RBI. The Vaqueros scored a run in the first inning of the ball game last night. The Lopes answered the Vaqueros. Ground ball to third. Malice has this one. Going to go the short way just in time in front of the runner for the final out of the inning. No runs on no hits. There were 2 errors and 2 left on base. Repovich is through the first. We go to the bottom of the first. No score with the Lopes coming up. Hey, check out GCU softball this week in their final home game of the year against Utah Valley. It is at 5 p.m. this afternoon. They took the first 2 games of that series and looking for the sweep at 5 p.m. It's senior night. So after this ball game ends, you can check that out on GCU TV, or you can just come on down to the ballpark and head over there and catch that ball game. No score here as we go to the bottom of the first. Take a look at the pitching and the defense for the Vaqueros. Andrew Garcia, the right-handed throwing junior on the mound. Garcia, local boy here out of Peoria, Arizona, came over from Paradise Valley Community College to the Vaqueros. Take a look at number 24's numbers here. Garcia, 3.71 ERA, a record of 4-2. This is his 10th start. He does have a couple of appearances out of the pen. 1 complete game under his belt. In 60 2/3 innings, given up 74 hits, 30 runs, 25 of those earned. He's walked 22 and struck out 44. Opponents hitting .306 against him. He has given up 6 home runs this season. Defensively, behind him from left to right, Jose Garcia in left, Conrad McMahon in center, Anthony Gomez in right, Tyler Torres at third, Ivan Estrella at short, Austin Senior at second, Victor Garcia Jr. at first, and behind home plate, Nick Schrank. Schrank in there, the starting catcher last night. Noah Lee was kicked out of the ball game for chirping about balls and strikes and then saying some things from the dugout. He was thrown out of that ball game. And Austin Oakes came in to catch, and Schrank getting the start here. For GCU, we'll quickly go through their batting order here. Austin Bull will lead things off. Tommy LaRouge bats second. Ian Evans will hit third. Schwartz, the cleanup man. Tyler Wyatt hits fifth. Zach Malice hits sixth. Pavlica will hit seventh. Meyer eighth. And Mumper will bat ninth for the Lopes. Same lineup as last night. First pitch fouled off. On the season, Austin Bull hitting .350, no homers, 11 RBI. Bull was 1 for 5 in the ball game last night, had a run and an RBI, also a strikeout. This lineup put up 9 runs on 13 hits last night for GCU. Outside, 1-1 the count to Bull. The 1-1. Chopped to the right side. Garcia Jr.'s got it. Throws to the pitcher, covering in time to get Bull. Nifty play there. Tougher to do than it looks. Victor Garcia Jr. makes the throw to Andrew Garcia, and Bull is retired. 3-1 on the putout. That'll bring up Tom LaRouge. First pitch to LaRouge. Fastball, strike one. Well, it looks like the pitch that's up a bit and outside is getting that strike call from Troy Haddock behind home plate. And gave it to Repovich a couple of times. LaRouge hitting .314 on the year, 1 homer, 15 RBI. On the outside corner once again, 0-2 to Tom LaRouge. LaRouge, the junior, 2 for 4 last night, a run and an RBI. Just underway here, bottom of the first, no score. The 0-2. Up high. Wouldn't chase it, bent back out of the way. Well, GCU and New Mexico State next weekend in Las Cruces. Be a battle for the top spot in the conference. Lopes won the conference a couple years ago. That would miss Illinois 2-2, trying to win it for the second time in 4 years. Of course, not eligible for the postseason tournament, which will be held out here at Hohokam Stadium in Mesa. Next year, the Lopes will be heading across town for that tournament. The 2-2. Strike 3 called on a breaking pitch. Well, LaRouge doesn't even take the bat off his shoulder. 2 up and 2 down. Like a pretty good pitch. I think it really looked like Tom was just fooled on that one. That he was thinking about looking for a fastball on a 2-2 count. He got that breaking pitch and it sailed right across the plate. So Ian Evans at the dish now. Right in hitting junior first baseman. Evans over from Gateway Community College. Ian hitting .310 on the year, 1 homer, 23 RBI. In there for strike 1. So Garcia peppering the strike zone, very different from the start to the ball game we saw last night when Josh Witherspoon was forced into action after Carter Johnson was scratched. Found out a little bit later that Carter Johnson suffered a cut on his pitching hand on the finger during warm-ups on the outside corner 0-2. And Johnson, last minute scratch, just couldn't go with that finger. They're going to have him throw a bit and see if maybe he can come back and pitch out of the pen here in this series. But, boy, if that cut doesn't heal correctly, he might be out until next weekend. The 0-2. Up high. 1-2. But we saw Witherspoon forced into the start. And Witherspoon only went 1 inning. Gave up a couple of runs. Walked 4, struck out no one. Faced just 7 batters. Austin Douglas replaced him, didn't do much better. And then Eddie Delgado came and pitched well, but Delgado got saddled with a loss. Delgado righted the ship. Did give up 9 hits in 6 2/3 last night, and 5 runs. But compared to how the other guys were throwing, Delgado pitched a nice ball game. The 1-2. Fouled off. Evans stays alive. On the flip side, Jake Wong went 5 2/3. We talked to Coach Stankwitz about that after the ballgame. Kind of had to gut out the performance. 7 hits, 4 runs, 3 earned, walked 2, and struck out 5. And then Franks and Voroff came in and combined for 3 1/3 innings in relief. Gave up no runs, no hits, walked a couple, and struck out 1. So it looks like that back end of the bullpen for the Lopes has been pitching very well of late. The 1-2 to Evans. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. So Garcia, a very different start for the Vaquero pitching staff from last night. Strikes out 2 and a 1-2-3 inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. We go to the second. No score here from Brazel. This is Lopes Baseball on GCU TV.
Learn the art of hospitality management at GCU, right in the heart of Phoenix, Arizona, a top tourism market bustling with opportunity for our hospitality students. Join the student team at GCU Hotel, delivering unmatched service plus amenities like the Oasis Pool, Fitness Center, and Canyon 49 Grill. Learn golf management at GCU Championship Golf Course, featuring over 7,200 yards of expansive tees and tree-lined fairways. Find your purpose at Grand Canyon University. Visit gcu.edu.
Welcome back to Brazel Stadium. Michael Potter here with you on GCU TV. We go to the the top of the second. No score here. Repovich faced 5 and had to pitch around a couple of errors from the left side of his infield. One on Malice at third and The leadoff man got aboard with an error by Mumper at short. Also a walk that Repovich gave up. But he picked a man off first, and he got a fly out to center, and then got a little ground ball for a force out to end the inning. Garcia, on the other hand, the Vaquero pitcher, faced the minimum, just 3, and got a weak ground ball and then struck out 2. So Repovich will face Gomez, Torres, and Garcia Jr. 6, 7, and 8 for the Vaqueros. Lopes last night pounded out 13 hits in that 9-4 victory. Vaqueros 7 hits, only 4 runs. They got their 4 runs in the first 3 innings, and the Lopes pitching staff shut them down after that. First pitch, a strike to Gomez. Anthony Gomez hitting .290 on the year. No homers, 5 RBI. Gomez came in as a pinch hitter last night and struck out. Getting the start here. Strike. Well, Troy Haddock has a much bigger strike zone than Travis Reininger did last night. Reininger, a very small strike zone, which could have been part of the reason why both pitching staff struggled. Obviously, the Vaqueros pitching staff struggled a bit more than the Lopes did. The 0-2. Up high. Repovich testing the limits of that expanded strike zone, but that one was a little too high. So the Lopes, after this one, head to Las Cruces. 2-2 the count now. And that will be a battle for supremacy in the Western Athletic Conference against the Aggies of New Mexico State. Vaqueros got a game against at Incarnate Word, a midweek ball game. Lopes have a couple midweek games. Ripped into left. That one's going to get down in front of Wyatt for a base hit. First base hit of the ball game for either team. But it is the fourth runner aboard for the Vaqueros. That'll bring up Tyler Torres, the third baseman. To finish that thought, the Lopes have midweek against Kansas before they head to Las Cruces. The Vaqueros on the road at Incarnate Word for a midweek, and then they host Chicago State for 3. Torres, the third baseman, got the start and played third last night, hitting .252 on the year. First pitch from Repovich, up high, ball 1. Torres, no homers, 12 RBI. Gomez down at first base, reached with the base hit, single to left. Gomez 1 for 2 in stolen bases. They've had runners on, have the Vaqueros. Yet to get a man past second. Ooh, a strike on the outside corner. That ball tailing away. 1-1 the count to Torres. Leadoff runner aboard for the second consecutive inning for the Vaqueros. Throw over, had the runner going back the other way, and ooh. Just missed him. You hear a few fans calling for the balk there on Repovich. He definitely tests the limits of the possible balk call. But got the umpire down there, Bill Barnes. Swing and miss on looked like a slider cutting in down at the ankles. 1 ball, 2 strike the count. So Barnes has already had some tough calls down there at first. Now he's chatting with the first base coach down there for the Vaqueros. First base coach probably lobbying for that balk as well. The 1-2. Repovich delivers, chopped foul down the third base side. Manny Matrata in his 9th year as the skipper of the Vaqueros. Two and 2 the count now. Missed outside, count goes full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Leadoff man Gomez in this inning. Down at first. Torres, a 3-2 count. Repovich trying to get a ground ball. Victor Garcia Jr. on deck. Throw over. A runner back. Well, Repovich has that great pickoff move where he just steps back and flings it sidearm. He's deadly on target with that throw. Evans basically just catching it right on the hip of the runner as they come back. The 3-2 to Torres. Runner going, they got him picked off. The throw down by Evans, high. Mumper applies the tag, and once again, the leadoff runner aboard, the leadoff runner in the inning picked off. So the pickoff caught stealing goes 1-3-6 for the first out of the inning. Well, it looked like Gomez with the 3-2 count was going, but man, Vaqueros have run themselves out of some opportunity. Strike 3 called. And I'm not sure where Torres was going because that looked like a pretty good pitch. So now, instead of having a runner on and nobody out, you got 2 out and nobody on. Victor Garcia Jr. at the plate. Sporting number 35 in this ball game. Repovich's first strikeout of the ball game. First pitch misses. 1-0 the count to Victor Garcia Jr. Victor hitting .216 on the season. No homers, 12 RBI. In there for a strike, 1-1. Looked like Rep took a little bit off that, making sure he got it over the plate, and he did. Victor was 1 for 4 in the ball game last night. Struck out in 1 at bat. The 1-1. Little squibber, excuse me, swing. Repovich has it, spins, underhands. That's the inning. So the leadoff single amounts to nothing after the pickoff caught stealing. No runs on 1 hit. There were no errors and nobody left on base. And Repovich faced the minimum in that inning. We go to the bottom of the second. Lopes coming up. No score here from Brazel. Hey, get the best gear to show off your Lope pride. Go to lopeshops.gcu.edu to find everything GCU, from the newest apparel to the coolest accessories. Use promo code GCUTV20. You get 20% off for being a GCU TV viewer. Let's paint the Valley purple. Lopes up. No score here at Brazel. And Andrew Garcia back on the hill, waiting for his catcher. Here. But the Lopes, let's go through their lineup again here. We saw the first 3 batters, Bull, LaRouge, and Evans. So Austin Bull leading off, playing second. LaRouge, the DH, batting second. Ian Evans, the first baseman, batting third. And those 3 guys, a ground out, a strikeout, and a strikeout as Garcia mowed through them. So this inning, it'll be the number 4 hole hitter, Garrison Schwartz, due up, playing right field, batting 4th. Tyler Wyatt, the left fielder, batting 5th. Zach Malice, the third baseman, batting 6th. Preston Pavlica back in center field, batting 7th. Josh Meyer, the catcher, batting 8th. And Mark Mumper, the shortstop, batting 9th. So Schwartz, Wyatt, and Malice due up in this inning. Garcia had a very nice first inning, a ground out, and back-to-back strikeouts. Hopefully, Garrison Schwartz, the leadoff man in this inning, is getting things going a bit. He was the preseason WAC Player of the Year selection, but has struggled a bit, hitting .254 on the season, but 4 home runs and still leads the Lopes with 27 RBI. And Gary had a nice ball game last night, 2 for 4 with 2 RBI in that one. Coming off a performance, the second game up at Chicago State. That one in there for a strike, as he had 3 doubles in that one. So Gary showing some signs that coming around here. The perfect time down the stretch here in WAC play. The 0-1. Shot right back up the middle for a base hit. And Garcia immediately calls his catcher out there. He looked pretty upset. Calls his catcher out there and now going to have a word with him. So Garrison Schwartz rips one right back up the box. Leadoff man aboard for the first time for GCU, and that's the first hit of the ball game. For the Lopes, Tyler Wyatt. Wyatt, the only player in the lineup last night who did not get a base hit. He was 0 for 4 with a strikeout. Coming in, he was the hottest hitter in the conference, leading the conference, hitting just under 500 in conference play. And Garcia wants a different baseball. Wyatt hitting .337 on the season, 1 homer, 13 RBI. Wyatt played every position in the infield last year, including pitcher, except catcher. Playing left field this year, and now, boy, Garcia called his catcher out there, had a conversation, and taken a lot of time here. Takes a look over his shoulder at Garrison Schwartz. In there for a strike. Gary, not typically a guy going to run a lot, although he is 3 for 5 in stolen bases. Andy Stankiewicz in his 6th season as the skipper for GCU. A pitch well outside, 1-1. Coach Stankiewicz just starting this season to coach down there at third base, going through the signs for Ty Wyatt. Already doing a great job with the Lopes in his 5+ seasons. Has a WAC conference championship, has a West Regional Championship, taking his team to Cary, North Carolina when the Lopes played in Division II, and the D2 College World Series. Throw over, and Schwartz dives back. GCU struggled to get things going last year, but the year before that, they won the conference. They're just their second year back in the WAC. Year before that, Sac State. So since the Lopes have been in the conference again, Sac State, GCU. Pitch, swing and a miss on a ball outside. Lopes hoping to win the conference for the second time in 4 years. Have to go back to that Sac State title in 2014, last time that well outside 2-2, last time that the regular season conference champ won the tournament. The year the Lopes won it, Bakersfield won the tournament, and then last year Seattle won the league, and then Utah Valley won the tournament and got the automatic bid. Throw over, Schwartz back. Garcia, interesting, doesn't peer over that lead shoulder to check the runner as much as he looks over his right shoulder, the back shoulder, trying to catch the runner out of the corner of his eye. Two pitch. Missed outside 3-2. Boy, trying to paint that outside corner, and Wyatt wouldn't attack it. Now 3-2 count. We'll see if Coach Stankiewicz, with nobody out, gets the runner moving. He goes through the signs down at third base. Just in the second inning, no score. Full count to Ty Wyatt. Throw over. Schwartz back. Well, Garcia worried that he might try to take advantage of the situation and get a quicker lead. There goes the runner. Pitch in there. Strike 3. Called the throw down. And they got him. The double play. Boy, what a tag by the second baseman, Senior. That was close down there, but the throw from the catcher, Schrank, was to the left field side of the bag. And, boy, Senior made a fantastic play to grab that ball going down to the knee on the ground and to sweep tag just in time to get the runner. So the strike him out, throw him out, 2 down, and Zach Malice at the plate. Third strikeout of the ball game for Garcia. Malice hitting .263, 1 homer, 14 RBI. The 1-0. Ripped to the right side for a base hit. So Malice gets the second base hit of the inning and of the ball game for GCU. 2-out base knock. That'll bring up Preston Pavlica. In the 7th inning of the ball game last night, Preston Pavlica came to the plate. And after a leadoff single by Malice, Pavlica deposited an
Is it going to get up? It's going to get up. It's going to get out.
Homer, the scoreboard in left center field for a 2-run
I thought that
shot.
was going to be bouncing off the
Pavlica,
wall.
after
But
the
boy,
game,
did he
talked to him
scold that
about
one.
the
It just
pitch. He
continued
said,
to
Coach
rise.
Stankiewicz told me they're
Put the
trying to pitch
backspin on
inside
it and let
with
it
the
carry
fastball.
out over
Just
the scoreboard.
Step back off the plate a little bit and just turn on that fastball. And boy, turn on it he did. The only question was whether he hit it too hard and it was going to dive down and hit off the scoreboard out there. So Pavlica now with a chance could go 2-run homers back to back. First pitch down low, ball 1. Pavlica missed 27 ball games with that wrist injury he sustained, making a fantastic catch against St. Mary's up at St. Mary's. Preston in .267 on the year, 1 homer, 3 RBI. Check of the runner. 2 outs here, the 1-0. That one hit pretty well. McMahon starts in, now going back. Can he catch up to it? He can. Boy, looked like he misread it off the bat. Started in, but Conrad, plenty of speed to get back there and make the grab. So Pavlica hits it hard again, but couldn't get over the center fielder's head. And the Lopes are down this inning. No runs on 2 hits, no errors, and a man left on base. We've completed 2. No score here from Brazel. This is Lopes Baseball on GCU TV.
Earning your RN to BSN degree online doesn't have to be without the college experience. Finding your purpose takes support from those around you. GCU's leadership offers over 3 decades of experience delivering our accredited RN to BSN program 100% online. Graduate in as few as 16 months, learning from full-time practicing nurse faculty in small classes. Integrate your education with your faith and Christian worldview.
Find your purpose online at Grand Canyon University. Private, Christian, affordable. Visit gcu.edu.
No score here as we go to the 3rd inning at Brazel. Take Repovich back on the mound here. Repovich will start with 9-1-2. Nick Schrank, the catcher, made a throw to get Garrison Schwartz out on a steal to erase the leadoff man in the bottom of the 2nd. Then it'll be the top of the order, Conrad McMahon and Jose Garcia. Well, the game we're keeping an eye on in Western Athletic Conference play today. They're in the bottom of the 5th in Las Cruces, and it's a 2-1 lead for Northern Colorado over the Aggies of New Mexico State. We'll keep an eye on that one. The Aggies a half game back of GCU right now, and the Lopes would love to get some help. If they don't, they might have to go down to Las Cruces and sweep. So hopefully for GCU fans, Northern Colorado can hang on and maybe pull away and get the victory. Chicago State at Utah Valley for a doubleheader, and Bakersfield is just across town playing Arizona State later on tonight. First pitch to Schrank. Outside ball 1. Well, Schrank is a kid that they felt was going to mix into the catching spot for them this year. A little squibber off the mound, kicks weirdly, but Mumper's there. Fires it over to first for the out. More on him next time he comes up. But had an elbow injury, did Schrank. early on in the year and is just now back and going. We saw him fire a ball down to second. Wasn't a great throw, but got it down there in a hurry and got the leadoff runner on a caught stealing in the last inning. Top of the order, Conrad McMahon. He reached on an error by Mark Mumper in the first and then got picked off of first base by Jake Repovich in a very close play over there. Rep throws it inside, ball one. Some might think it was a makeup call because it looked like Bill Barnes missed the fact that on the air by Mumper, McMahon made a move down towards second, then was tagged out before he got back to the bag. Stankiewicz came out and argued that decision. 1-1 the count to McMahon. Barnes said no dice, and then a pickoff play at first base on the very next play, and Barnes called him out. It was close. It was bang-bang over there at first. McMahon couldn't believe it. Strike on the outside corner. McMahon can't believe that either. Well, the Vaqueros, the one thing that they have going against them with the umpires is they're very demonstrative when they don't like a call. I mean, the shoulder slump, the head goes back, they walk around in the box. I mean, they've already had their catcher thrown out of the ball game yesterday for chirping and arguing about bad calls, and doesn't do him any favors with the officiating crew. The 1-2. 2-2 the count. Pitch to McMahon. Swing and a miss on an inside pitch. Strike three. Repovich gets his second strikeout of the ball game. 2 up and 2 down. That'll bring up Jose Garcia. The Vaqueros have some fans here with some noisemakers, as you can hear him probably in the background. That's going to be lovely by about the 7th inning. But always good to see the fans traveling a bit. Chopped foul. Garcia reached on a walk. His only plate appearance in this ball game. Chicago State at Utah Valley getting ready to get started here in a bit. I'll play a doubleheader, and then Bakersfield playing later on tonight. Boy, Sac State, that's already a final in there for a strike. 0-2. And Garcia didn't like that. Now he's talking to the home plate umpire and shakes his head in agreement. Sac State's already beat Seattle 9-0. You know, 2 chop foul. Well, that first game is already underway. I was looking at the wrong time zone there. Utah Valley. Chicago State up 6-0 in the bottom of the third over Utah Valley in game 1 of that doubleheader. Mexico State has tied it up in the bottom of the 5th, 2-2 at home against Northern Colorado. Up high. Seattle has already lost 9-0. Boy, Seattle, high hopes for that squad. The coaching staffs in the WAC picked them to win. They got 60 points and 4 first-place votes. New Mexico State was second, up high. Sac State was third. Grand Canyon was fourth. And New Mexico State is right where they picked them. They're half game back of GCU, but the Lopes up in first place. And, boy, Seattle and Sac State down in the standings. To be fair to Seattle, they lost their top 2 pitchers early, outside 3-2. Very difficult to recover from. Three-two count to Jose Garcia. The pitch popped foul. Out of play. We'll do it again. Don't forget men's volleyball at 4 p.m. Their MEVA championship match at Ohio State. A 3-2 once again here. Pop to center field. Pavlica ranging over toward right. Makes the grab, and that is the inning. So Repovich retires him 1-2-3. The ground out, the strikeout, and then the fly out to center. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. We go to the bottom of the third. No score here from Brazel. Lopes coming up. The Spring Dance Concert Ballet to Broadway is this weekend. The Eddington Dance Ensemble will perform dances that touch upon popular culture and the American musical tradition. Performances tonight, April 22nd at 7:30 p.m. Tickets are available at gcu.edu/springdance. That's Ballet to Broadway. Tonight, 7:30. Eddington Dance Ensemble performing. Softball's senior day and final home game at 5. Men's volleyball tipping off at 4 o'clock. No score here as we go to the bottom of the third. Josh Meyer, Mark Mumper, and then the top of the order, and Austin Bull. Stark difference in the starting pitching here for the visitors. Vaqueros pitcher today, Garcia, through 2 innings, only given up 2 hits. No runs. He's walked no one and struck out 3. Last night, in 2 innings, the Vaquero pitchers had already given up 4 runs on 4 hits and already walked 5 batters. Meyer at the plate, but now Schrank has to get a new catcher's mitt, or he forgot to put his wristband on. It's got the signals, right? The calls. Might need that. First pitch to Meyer. Outside corner for a strike. Josh comes in hitting .275, no homers, 9 RBI on the season. On the corner, framed nicely by Schrank. Josh in his freshman campaign hit .276 and then cut short with some injury in 2015. Missed all of 2016 and then back here in 2017, the redshirt junior. Up high. 1-2 the count. His freshman year split some time behind the plate with Humberto Aranda. Made 24 starts for the Lopes. Played in 33 games. The 1-2, and now Josh calls timeout. Ground ball right back to the pitcher. Garcia drops it. Kicks it, picks it up, tosses underhand to first. 1 up and 1 down. We'll bring up Mark Mumper.
Shortstop number 18, Mark Mumper.
Mark Mumper hitting the .190 on the year, 1 homer, 11 RBI for GCU. Mumper 1 for 3 in the ball game yesterday or last night. Scored a couple of runs, walked, and struck out in that one. Mark getting his 27th start of the year, fouls it back. Bit of a slugfest early in the ball game last night. Got a pitcher's duel going here. No score in the bottom of the third. Lopes, 2 base hits. Vaqueros just 1. Up high, 1-1. Scheduled starters for tomorrow: Jack Schneider, 3-0 for GCU, and Luis Acosta, 0-1 for the Vaqueros. Chopped foul. It was a 1-2 strikes on Mumper. Mumper made some fantastic plays defensively in the ball game last night. His first chance here today. Made a bad throw over the first, rushing in on a chopper. Mumper, 5'11", sophomore out of Highlands Ranch, Colorado, Mountain Vista High. The 1-2. Staying alive, reaching for one that might have been out of the zone, but close enough. Had to take a hack at it and fouls it back. Yeah, I was mentioning earlier, Mark was coming up toward the press box after BP and looked at me, and as I was walking down there and said, boy, this Phoenix Heat, not used to it coming from Highlands Ranch, Colorado. In the dirt. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Mark, as we mentioned, had the error in the first chance here in this ball game, but playing stellar defense. Doing a great job out there at short. Just got to get that hitting going, hitting a $190. Talking to Coach Stankiewicz about it, he said, you know, we feel like Mark's getting some pretty good at bats. Just need to be a little more consistent. The 2-2. In the air to right. Will it get down? Coming over. That's going to get in for a base hit. So ask and you shall receive. Mumper aboard with the third base hit of the ball game for GCU. Top of the order coming up. So now we got dueling sound effects. What are those things called? You swing them around and they make some kind of rattling, spinning, gear cranking noise. And then we got, it sounds like some whistles going on for the Lopes. So the Carnival's in town. Austin Bull, ground out to first base, leading off the game for GCU. 0-1. Mumper takes his lead over at first. See if the coach Stankiewicz wants to get something going here with 1 out. Little hit and run, or see if Bull tries to bunt his way on. Runner starts, stops, pitch well outside, ball 1. Well, it feels like this is one of those games that is going to be that pitcher's duel. I mean, it's interesting when the guys are banging the ball around the yard when coaches decide they want to bunt and move runners over or try hitting runs. But this one feels like a couple of runs early might last. So see what Stankiewicz has on here. The 1-0. Mumper, a good-sized lead over there. The throw over, and he dives back. Mark's got good speed. He's yet to attempt a stolen base, though, this season. He's staring down to third base and getting the signs from Coach Stankiewicz. Well, he does have a nice lead over there. Maybe another half step, and he be good to go. The 1-0. Not going. Up high, 2-0. Well, you definitely don't want to run yourself out of an inning. The Lopes somewhat did that in the second inning after a base hit single by Schwartz on a 3-2 count. They had Gary stealing, and Wyatt struck out, and the throw down was just in time to get Garrison Schwartz at second base. It was a poor throw, but a great tag by the second baseman, Austin Senior. The 2-0. 3-0. No reason to try to swipe a bag if you can get another guy on with the walk. As of yet, Garcia has not walked a batter. He struck out 3 of the first 5 that he faced. Hasn't had a strikeout since either. In there for a strike. 3-1 strike to count. Top of the 6th, middle of the 6th now. 3-2 Northern Colorado in Las Cruces. Utah Valley trying to make a comeback in the bottom of the 3rd. It is 6-6. Throw over. Mumper looked like he was leaning towards second. Yeah, so that lead by Chicago State, short-lived. The Wolverines have tracked down the Cougars. Are they natural enemies, Wolverines and Cougars? I would imagine they would be, right? from the feline family, though. Throw over. Mumper was definitely leading that time. Able to get back. So this game's slowing down a bit. Mumper having to come back and dust himself off a bit. Fortunately, Mark did not pull a Steve Lyons. That great YouTube video where Psycho dove back into first base and then called timeout, walked over in foul territory, and just dropped his pants to get all the dirt out of his. Then kind of realized what he was doing. He was on national TV and pulled him up real fast with a sheepish grin on his face. The 3-1, and he walked him. Steve Lyons, of course, has been up here in this press box calling some games with Barry Butel in the past. Mumper did not do that, and now Mumper heads down to second after the walk to Bull. So Bull on for the first time in this one, and LaRouge at the plate. Tommy struck out looking, didn't even take the bat off his shoulder in his first at bat. Was fooled on a breaking pitch on the 2-2 count. But Bull at first, Mumper at second. We'll see if they try to get something going here or just play it straight. Good speed on the base pass. No score here in the third. Lopes trying to get out to the early lead. Now timeout call. Checking the runners. The first pitch to Tom. Slap to the left side for a base hit. Mumper had to hold to make sure it wasn't caught. And he just goes from second to third. Bases are loaded for Ian Evans. Well, Tommy did not take the bat off his shoulder in the first at bat. He did not waste any time. First pitch he saw, he wasn't going to be fooled again. Just slapped it in the 5.5 hole between the shortstop and the third baseman. So Lopes have the bases loaded. That 5.5 hole was the favorite of Tony Gwynn. The San Diego Padres made a living, made a Hall of Fame career, doing exactly what LaRouge did right there, taking an outside pitch or even an inside pitch and inside outing it right between the third baseman and the shortstop. Of course, called the 5.5 hole because the third baseman on a scorecard is number 5 and the shortstop is number 6. So when you're in between them, that would be 5.5. 5.5 hole. Meeting on the mound, UTRGV has the entire infield called in here. Manny Matrano, his 9th season, out there holding court. Talking to his pitcher. His pitcher nodding in agreement with everything he's saying, and the entire infield nodding in agreement. Manny's saying probably, hey, just get us a ground ball, guys. We're okay, but we got to lock it down here. Get us a ground ball. Come home at the corners, try to turn 2 up the middle, I'd imagine is what they're going to do. But Ian Evans at the plate, chance to blow it open for the Lopes with 1 out and the bases loaded. Started with a ground out by Meyer, then a base hit single by Mumper, a walk from Bull, and a base hit single by Tom LaRouge. Ian Evans struck out swinging on a 1-2 pitch his first time up. Evans hitting .308, 1 homer, second on the team with 23 RBI. So Garcia is still going to work from the stretch with a runner on third. Pitched him well outside. And that's interesting because if you look at the defensive alignment, you've got everybody shifted toward second base. The second baseman, Senior, about normal depth. But you look at Garcia Jr., the first baseman over there, boy, he's way off the line. And if you're pitching Evans outside, you think he might be able to snake one down the line. LaRouge getting a really good lead with Garcia playing that far off. Popped up right side. Garcia Jr. coming over. Be a tough play. Did he make the catch? He did. The tag, the throw home, and Mumper scores. Boy, that was a phenomenal catch out there in foul territory. But good heads-up base running by Mark Mumper, and it's 1-0 GCU. Well, you got to try to make that catch if you can to get the out. But everybody moving up. The throw came home, so even Tom LaRouge, look at that catch. Holy mackerel. What a play by Victor Garcia Jr. Came up and fired home, but not nearly in time to get Mumper. So on a defensive gem, the Lopes get the lead. So the sack, fly, pop, foul by Evans produces the run. And now Schwartz at the plate. Gary looking to get a base knock to drive a couple in. Got Bull at third and LaRouge at second. That first pitch in there for strike one. Schwartz had a base hit single his first time up. Put it right back up the box. Almost took the glove off of the pitcher, Garcia. 0-1. Outside corner 0-2. So Evans picks up another RBI. Boy, he's in that battle. He's got 24 RBI now. Gary's got 27, but Gary could pick up a couple here with the base hit with 2 outs. Great speed on the base pass with Bull at third and LaRouge getting a really good lead out there at second. But Garrison down in the count, no balls and 2 strikes, hitting .260 on the season, 4 homers, and as we mentioned, team leading 27 RBI, the 0-2. Reaches for one and fouls it down the left field line. Garrison Schwartz, a kid who the Lopes obviously liked because they recruited him, but they were a little surprised with how well he played in the fall ball right before his freshman campaign. And boy, he got a starting role, hit .357, the WAC freshman of the year. No homers, but 40 RBI in his freshman campaign. Followed it up hitting .307 last year with 6 homers and 37 RBI, and was the preseason WAC Player of the Year selection this season. The 0-2, up high, 1-2. Garrison out of Phoenix, Arizona, and Desert Vista High. A shout out to his grandma, probably watching the video in St. Louis, Missouri. Tries to tune into GCU TV to keep up on what her grandson Garrison's doing. Hopefully Gary can get a base hit here. Garcia laboring. Boy, he pitched very well the first 2 innings, but the Lopes just chipping away here. Chopper right back up the box. It's going to get through. 2 runs are going to come in to score. Bull scores easily, as does LaRouge. 3-0 GCU. The 2-out base knock by Garrison Schwartz gives him a couple more RBI and pads the lead for the Lopes. Boy, that was just inches away from being snagged by the pitcher, Andrew Garcia. He was very unhappy with himself that he couldn't get that. He felt like he had it. So Schwartz on an 0-2 count just puts it in play and good things happen. That'll bring up Tyler Wyatt. Lopes getting these runs in with 2 outs. And as we've mentioned multiple times, maybe Garrison, as the throw over, he dives back, starting to get things rolling here. 2 for 2 in this ball game is Garrison Schwartz with a couple of RBI. In the ball game last night, he was 2 for 4 with 2 RBI. So Garrison already 4 ribbies in this series. Ty Wyatt came in as a hot hitter, but still looking for his first base hit of the series. Swing and miss. Ty struck out on a 3-2 pitch, his first at bat in the second. No action in the pen for the Vaqueros down there. Garcia trying to get out of this one. A pitch out. Schwartz not running. Kind of goes to 1 ball and 1 strike on Ty Wyatt. Wyatt was the 2015 Arizona Gatorade Player of the Year for baseball. Played at Liberty High School in Peoria, Arizona. In the air to center, hit pretty well. Going back, McMahon at the warning track, reaching up and making the grab with a bit of room there. We've seen 2 deep ones to center field, one by Pavlica, this one much deeper by Wyatt, but McMahon playing a nice center field tracks it down. However, the Lopes get 3 runs on 3 hits. There were no errors and a man left on. 3-0 GCU as we go to the 4th. This is Lopes Baseball on GCU TV.
Hi, I'm JC. I'm a freshman here at GCU. I want to be a pastor, so I've developed this program called Weekly Words. Coming down here to GCU and seeing everything that they were doing really encouraged me to take the gospel to a contemporary outlet. This is a safe place spiritually for people to grow. I count myself a Havoc, so I'm a little crazy. Havocs are the embodiment of everything a GCU student wants to be.
Find your purpose at Grand Canyon University. Private, Christian, affordable. Visit gcu.edu.
Lopes lead at 3-0 as we go to the 4th. Jake Repovich now with that lead, back ready to do battle, and he will face the heart of the order. Collazo, Senior, and Estrella 3, 4, and 5. Repovich for GCU through 3 innings, just 1 hit, no runs, no walks, and a couple of strikeouts. Pitched out a jam in the first after a couple of errors and a walk, but got out of that inning unscathed. Had a back-to-back innings where he faced the minimum. Got him 1, 2, 3 last inning. He's retired 7 in a row. First pitch to Collazo. Popped it up. Shallow left field. Wyatt starting back and now coming in. Waiting for it to come down and makes the grab. So 1 pitch and 1 out. 8 in a row for Repovich. Collazo now 0 for 2. He flew out to center his first time up. Senior reached on an error by the third baseman, Zach Malice. Lopes had 2 errors in that first inning, both on the left side of the infield. Senior taking his time getting up there. Looked like he was ready to go at all. And 1 pitch at bat took him by surprise. Now he digs in. It's 0 for 1. Strike 1. Inside. Almost hit him on the toes. 1-1 the count. Hit pretty well to center. Coming over. Pavlica dives and makes the grab. Pavlica with a fantastic catch, leaving his feet and making the grab in center field. I talked to Pavlica after the ball game last night about that great catch he made and injured himself up at St. Mary's, and then the home run as Ivan Estrella checks in. First pitch misses down low, ball 1. I asked Preston, I said, you know, off the bat up at St. Mary's, did you know you had it, or was it one you just don't know if you're going to catch that ball till it hits your glove? Missed outside 2-0. And Preston said, you know, I always think I can catch everything out there. Anytime the ball's hit, I think I'm going to make that catch. He said, I'm never quite sure until it happens, but I think I can get anything. And he sure ran that one down, the 2-0. Fouled off. 2-1. Remember, you can hear those pre- and post-game interviews. We put them up on SoundCloud and have the pregame with Coach Stankiewicz up there right now. But best way is to follow us on Twitter at GCU Baseball. And great Josh Hauser will put those up. You can listen along. Strike looked to be a little high and outside. Estrella thought so. Talked to Coach Stankiewicz prior to the each ball game, about 4 or 5 minutes, and then catch him post game, down low. Count goes full 3-2. Usually get Coach Stankiewicz or one of the other coaches after the game, and then a player of the game. Each of those interviews just a couple minutes long after the ball game. The 3-2. Strike 3. Repovich, a 1-2-3 inning, has retired 10 in a row and picks up his third strikeout of the ball game. We go to the bottom of the fourth. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base, and a fantastic diving grab by Pavlica in center field. It is 3-0 GCU with the Lopes coming up. Well, folks, if you're on campus, check out GCBC for locally sourced coffee, tea, and treats. That's the Grand Canyon Beverage Company located in the Student Union, Roadrunner Apartments, and Canyon 49. GCBC. Is there going to be a GCBC location in the new Grand Canyon Baseball Stadium? Anybody know? I like my coffee before the game, and I have to rely on Shannon, our PA announcer, to bring me coffee before the game. He's nice enough to do that many times, but if there was a GCBC in the stadium, that would make life easier for everybody. We make that happen? We got room in the budget. Just add it. Throw it on there. 3-0 GCU with the lead as we go to the bottom of the fourth. I'm sure when they're designing the stadium, somebody raised their hand and says, what would the announcer like to have in the stadium? I'm sure that's always forefront of everybody's thought process at GCU, right? What does the play-by-play guy want? Malice, Pavlik, and Meyer do up. Malice, a base hit single in the second, his only at bat of this ball game. Garcia cruised through the first, scuffled a bit in the second, and then the Lopes got him for 3 in the third. The big hit, the 2-out base knock up the middle by Schwartz to play 2. First pitch misses, blown away, ball 1. Garcia threw 3, has given up 5 hits, 3 runs were all earned. He walked 1 and struck out 3. He's thrown 51 pitches now. Ripped through the right side into right field for a base hit. Malice is 2 for 2 on the day, and the leadoff man aboard once again. Second time the leadoff man's been aboard. Schwartz opened the second with the base hit single. Pavlik at the plate, drove one to center field, and was tracked down by McMahon just in front of the warning track. McMahon's made a couple of really nice plays out there. Boy, we're getting good defense from both center fielders. A sparkling defensive play by Pavlica on the top half of the frame, leaving his feet and making the diving catch on the line drive by Senior. We've seen McMahon playing a little bit shallow out there, go back on a couple of balls and make nice plays. That one misses outside. One a shot by Wyatt that took him all the way out to the warning track, onto the warning track to make the grab to end the third inning. And then the aforementioned play, Pavlica's line drive over his head in the second inning that he tracked down. The 1-0 to Preston. Breaking pitch in there for a strike. 1-1 to count. Now, Pavlica hitting .258 on the year. 1 homer, got it last night, and 3 RBI. Got an inside fastball and turned on it. Throw over, and Malice dives back. You know, Pavlica in the at-bat, the home run in the 7th, boy, he said he knew off the bat that he squared it up and hit it well. He thought kind of like I did, that he hit it so hard it was going to kind of dive down and catch the top of the wall. But, boy, he put the backspin on it, hit it true, and it spun right out of here. Outside, 2-1. What was the official? 368 feet? Statcast projection, 368. I thought it was 369, but we'll go with 368. Pavlik in a good hitting count here, 2-1. See if the Lopes want to get Malice going. He's not. The pitch and late swing fouls it off, 2-2. Preston, the sophomore out of Las Vegas, Nevada. His dad, Lorenzo, down, catching the ball games. Check it around to the 2-2. Ooh, late swing, just staying alive and rattles that one into the dugout. Everybody getting out of the way down there for the Vaqueros. Don't think it hit anybody. Although Jordan Banfield, the third base coach, and the recruiting coordinator, is the closest guy to it. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Nobody out here. Malice led off the inning with a base hit single. He's on first. The 2-2. There he goes in the dirt. Gets away from the catcher, and Malice will cruise into second base with a stolen base. So Zach Malice was on the move. He is now 3 for 5 in stolen bases. Now runner in scoring position, a 3-2 count to Pavlica. It was Zach Malice who came in to score in front of Pavlica on that 2-run homer in the 7th last night. Preston last season hit .294 with 3 homers and 24 RBI. Payoff pitch, and he walked him. Boy, good take there. That is the second walk of the ball game for Garcia. Still no action in the pin, but we might see some guys start running down there with the first 2 aboard here in the 4th. Lopes already lead at 3-0. So Meyer at the plate. Meyer had a ground out. We'll see if the Coach Stankiewicz wants to bunt these guys over here for Mumper and then the top of the order. Meyer 2 for 4 with an RBI in the ball game last night, hitting .268 on the season. They're expecting the bunt. Garcia Jr. well in on the grass at first. Torres charging, not bunting, swinging away, fouls it off. Is it going to get out of play? Garcia Jr. comes over, and it does find the concrete out of play. Garcia Jr. made that fantastic catch over the shoulder on a foul ball by Ian Evans. Turned into a sacrifice fly. Mark Mumper tagged and came in to score. Malice at second, Pavlica at first. Preston getting a real good lead over there with Garcia Jr. in on the grass. Wouldn't be surprised if a bunt were to happen here. Not bunting. In the dirt. 1-1. Sometimes in a situation where you might bunt, if you got a hitter up who's got some good pop in his bat like Meyer does, coaches, and Stankiewicz has done this at times, they'll give him one swing and say, hey, I'll give you one. You do whatever you can with it. But if you can't get it, we're going to bunt. And now Meyer already showing bunt here. Now he pulls the bat back. Now he's got it out there bunting. The 1-1 pulls it back. Outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Boy, Andrew Garcia taking a lot of time getting those signs and getting ready to go. 2-1. Not bunting, in there for a strike, 2-2. Lopes with 6 base hits in this ball game. They do have 2 errors. Those both occurred in the first inning. Just 1 hit given up by Repovich to the Vaqueros. Two pitch to Meyer. Ripped, left side, Torres has it, second for 1, back to first, the double play. So the 5-4-3 double play wipes out 2. Malice moves down to third base. But it's going to take a 2-out base knock or a wild pitch, something like that, to get it done here. Well, that's the issue that you face when you don't have guy bunt in that situation. But the Lopes scored a couple of runs just last inning with the 2-out base hit by Garrison Schwartz. See if Mumper can do it. A base hit single his first time up. Came around to score on that sack pop foul ball by Evans. Mumper hitting 200. First pitch in there for a strike. Little off-speed offering. So Mark right at the Mendoza line. Base hit would pop him over that. 1 homer, 11 RBI. In the dirt. Blocked nicely there by Schrank. Well, Utah Valley has taken the lead at home 8-6 over the Cougars of Chicago State. And New Mexico State at home through 6 leads at 5-3. One pitch to Mumper with 2 outs. Outside. 2-1. Garcia seems to be wanting the Lopes to chase outside. That one well outside. Men's volleyball starting up in about 40 minutes from now at Ohio State. MEVA championship game. The 2-1. Ooh, checked his swing on a high fastball. Good take. Boy, that one looked too juicy to take for Mumper, but able to hold back. So 3-1 count. Should get a good one here. You can bet that Andrew Garcia does not want to flip the lineup and face the top of the order here with runners on. The 3-1. Chopper on the infield. Estrella's got it. Fires in time for the out. So the 5-4-3 double play and the ground out. Garcia gets out of the inning. No runs on 1 hit. There were no errors and a man left on base. We've completed 4. 3-0 GCU. This is Lopes Baseball on GCU TV.
I'm Dominique. I'm a student here at Grand Canyon University studying hospitality management. My hospitality courses here are giving me a high-quality education from professors that I know have been successful. Being able to work while I'm in school has enriched my college experience. I feel like I know where I'm going and what I want to do. When they say find your purpose, they mean it.
Find your purpose at Grand Canyon University. Private, Christian, affordable. Visit gcu.edu.
Welcome back to Brazel. Lopes lead at 3-0 as Jake Repovich back on the hill for the 5th. Gomez, Torres, and Garcia Jr. due up for the Vaqueros. Gomez, base hit single back in the 2nd. Pulls one foul and out of play. Had the base hit single to Gomez to lead off the 2nd. Then was picked off and caught stealing the 1-3-6 pickoff. Threw down to 2nd and Mumper tagged him out. The 0-1. Foul back. No balls and 2 strikes. Gomez hitting .302 on the season. No homers. 5 RBI. Gomez, a freshman out of Pembroke Pines, Florida, in the dirt. 1 ball, 2 strike to count. Repovich locking down the Sunday starter role for GCU. The 1-2. Up high 2-2. And Rep's done a great job of getting series wins for this squad on Saturday. Record of 4-3. Got the win at Chicago State. His last outing on the 14th, the 2-2. Chopper left side. Mumper in the hole. High hop. Long throw. Got him. Bang, bang play at first. And a great play by Mumper at short. Having to go in the hole on the grass. Showing off that arm. A good scoop at first base. We'll see if he actually got him. Yes, he did. Nice call there at first. Great pick by Evans, too, in the stretch. It's a little help from the defense, and that's the 11th in a row set down by Repovich. Torres, big swing and a miss. Strike 1. Well, Mumper's had some great plays out there at short. Hitting under 200, but you can see why they keep him in the lineup. Makes up for it with those plays out there. Boy, an inside-out swing. Evans has it. Pitches to Repovich covering. Nicely done. 12 in a row retired by Rep. That one a little squibber. An inside-out swing on a ball that rode in on him. And Torres hustling down the line. Nifty play by the first baseman and the pitcher, and now 2 up, 2 down. Garcia Jr. at the plate. He had a comebacker back to Repovich to end the second. Repovich looking for his 3rd straight 1-2-3 inning. He's faced the minimum in every inning but the first. 0-1 the count. Well, going back to the last out of the first inning, he's retired 12 in a row. Foul ball. Evans had to wait on it. Couldn't get up there in time to snag it before it went foul. So the count goes to no balls and 2 strikes on Victor Garcia Jr. Last man to reach base against Repovich. That was Austin Senior back in the first inning. He reached on an error. Oh, excuse me, I'm going back too far. Gomez got that base hit back in the second, but then he was strike 3 called. Looked like a pretty good pitch. Garcia Jr. doesn't like it and tosses the batting helmet. That's a 4th strike out of the ball game for Repovich. And once again, 1, 2, 3. He has retired them 1, 2, 3 the last 3 innings and has faced the minimum the last 4 innings. 13 in a row sat down by Repovich. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. We go to the bottom of the 5th, 3-0 GCU. Well, you can get the best gear to show off your Lope pride. Go to lopeshops.gcu.edu. You can find everything GCU, from the newest apparel to the coolest accessories. Use promo code GCUTV20 and you get 20% off for being a GCU TV viewer. Let's paint the Valley purple. Lopes up. For GCU, top of the order, Bull, LaRouge, and Evans due up here in the 5th to face Garcia. Wow, check that out. Is that Suede holding up the Canyon shirt? Can you get that at the Lope Shops? Suede on the first base camera sporting the Mariners hat. You can see, there he is. Hey, Suede. Big smile. No wave. Always the professional down there at first. Showing off the nice shirt. Bull to lead off. Reached on a walk and came around to score in the 3rd. Ground out to first base in the first. First pitch down the line, fair ball into the corner. Bull rounds first. The ball kicks off. Might have a play at second. The throw offline, not in time. Leadoff double, Austin Bull. Just slapped it down the left field line. A fair ball, 6th double of the season for Bull. And Lopes had the leadoff man aboard once again. I misspoke earlier. 11 in a row set down by Repovich going into this one. Forgot about the base hit by Gomez in the second, but then they picked him off, so really it shouldn't count. LaRouge at the plate. Lopes lead at 3-0. Try to blow this one open here. Bunting, a drag bunt, a 2-hopper to Garcia. Going to apply the tag. Runner moves up to third. So LaRouge with the sac bunt. First out of the inning. So that'll bring up Ian Evans. Evans already has an RBI in this one. Had that foul ball that Victor Garcia Jr. made a fantastic play on. Caught it over his shoulder, crashing into the wall down there in foul territory behind first base. But it allowed the runner Mumper to score from third, so he got the RBI for it. And Evans struck out in the first. Bull takes his lead down there at third. Down low, ball one. Evans, 308 on the season, 1 homer, 24 RBI. The 1-0. In there for a strike, 1-1. Well, you're seeing the catcher, Nick Schrank, looking over into the dugout, getting the sign, and then looking at the wristband to decipher it, and then dropping the sign down for the pitcher. 1-1, ripped foul. Boy, watch out over there. Bull and Coach Stankiewicz having to dance out of the way. Bully just ducked on that one, and Andy, nice move down there. A little spin move to get out of the way. Here it is, Sizzler. That was right behind Bull. You see him duck and look back, making sure the skipper's okay. 1-2 strike to count. 1 out, runner on third. 3-0 Antelope lead in the bottom of the 5th. Pitch to Evans, up high, 2-2. Evans in the ballgame last night was 2 for 4 with a run and a ribby, and also had a walk. 2-2, strike 3 called in the outside corner. Evans grimaces heading back. I think he knew that was a good pitch. Looked pretty from up here. So now Garcia just an out away from getting out of this one and working around the leadoff double by Bull. And let's see, that's a 4th strikeout of the ball game for Andrew Garcia. Couldn't come at a better time for him. But now, Garrison Schwartz has been a bit of his nemesis. Gary 2 for 2 with a couple of RBI. Had that 2-out base knock in the third, right back up the box. Both times for Garrison Schwartz. First one, a shot that Garcia had no chance at. The second one, a bouncer that Garcia felt like he should have grabbed. And the second one, the bouncer that Garcia felt like he should have grabbed, went right over his glove and plated 2 runs. Bull and LaRouge came in to score, and that's the 3-0 lead. 1-0 count to Gary. Inside. Had to bend back out of the way. 2-0. Gary, of course, Garrison's nickname, short for Garrison, but his dad's name, Gary, as well. (2-0). In there for a strike, looked a bit high. 2 balls and 1 strike to count. Garrison's father, Gary, played college baseball at the University of Missouri, St. Louis. The 2-1. Fouled straight back. 2-2. So Deuce is wild here. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The pitch from Garcia. In the dirt, 3-2. Good at bat by Garrison Schwartz. He just looks more comfortable up there, too. Early in the season, it seemed like Gary was maybe pressing just a bit. His at-bats here since coming back from Chicago State have looked very good, very comfortable. Kind of more letting the game come to him. Not trying to do too much. Gary hitting .266 on the year. Base hit here would be another run and his 30th RBI of the year. Ground ball right side. Senior's got it on a high hop. Sets himself, throws, almost pulled the first baseman off the bag. But Garcia Jr. able to make the play, and that is the inning. So the leadoff double by Bull amounts to nothing. No runs on 1 hit. There were no errors. And a man left on. We've completed 5, 3-0 GCU. This is Lopes Baseball on GCU TV.
Find your purpose at Grand Canyon University. Private, Christian, affordable. Visit gcu.edu.
To the 6th we go here at Brazel Stadium. Jake Repovich has retired 11 in a row. Last man to get aboard was Anthony Gomez, a base hit single, and Rep picked him off first base. The catcher, number 9 hole hitter Nick Schrank, leads things off. Then the top of the order, McMahon and Garcia. Take a real quick look here at Repovich through 5. 1 hit, no walks, 4 Ks, 59 pitches. Boy, what a great economy of effort here. Big swing and a miss by Schrank. Nick ground out to the shortstop Mumper, leading off the 3rd inning. Missed outside. Meyer wanted it, framed it, didn't get the call. Since that single by Gomez back in the 2nd, as I mentioned, he was eventually picked off and caught stealing. The 1-1. Chop foul, 1-2. Repovich, since that single, struck out Torres looking. A comebacker from Garcia Jr. A ground out to short, a strikeout, a fly out. Fly out to left, a fly out to center, a strikeout. 2 ground outs and a strikeout last inning. The 1-2. High pitch, held off. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 1, 2, 3 innings the last 3 innings, and he's faced the minimum in 4 of the 5 innings. The 2-0. Fouled back. 2-2. On the other side, Andrew Garcia threw 5 innings, 7 hits, 3 runs. They were all earned, walked 2 and struck out 4, and he's thrown 82 pitches. Chopper down to third. Ooh, weird hop by Malice. Long throw in time to get his man. Boy, Malice started to charge in on that one and then decided to have to wait on it. Took a kind of in-between hop. The throw in time. Just a bang-bang play at first once again. The stretch by Evans. Ooh. Very close. Manny Matrana does not like the call. Having a chat with the first base umpire, Bill Barnes. I wonder if when Bill Barnes showed up at the ballpark today, he realized he was going to be the epicenter of attention. Both managers have now headed out to argue with him. Now, one way you could look at it is after Coach Stankiewicz argued with him, Andy got a makeup call on a pickoff over there. So we'll see if Bill Barnes feels like he owes something to Manny Matrana. But he goes as an out, a good play, 5-3. 12th retired in a row. Top of the order, fouled back. Well, Malice had the decision on that chopper. Do I run in and more than likely play myself into an in-between hop, or do I wait on it? He waited on it, got the in-between hop, speared it, and made the strong throw, the stretch by Evans. You be the judge of it on our replay. The 0-1. Up high. Either way, we'll take it. McMahon 0 for 2. Reached on an error in the first and was then picked off first base. That one misses 2-1. And then he struck out in the third. Fouled off. 2 balls and 2 strikes to count. Conrad McMahon hitting .274 on the season for the Vaqueros. The 2-2. Chop foul and eluded the grasp of the catcher, Josh Meyer. The Vaqueros come into this game 21-20 on the year, but 18-8 at home, 3-12 away from their home park. The 2-2. Ground ball to short. Mumper's got it. Slings it over to first. 2 up and 2 down. 13 in a row retired by Repovich.
Left fielder, Jose Garcia.
They'll bring up Jose Garcia. Repovich looking for his, what would that be, this 4th 1-2-3 inning in a row and his 5th inning facing the minimum. If you can get one more out here. So in the first inning, the left side of the infield booted a couple of balls, a couple of errors that put runners on. Misses down low, the first offering to Garcia. And now here in this inning, the left side is playing some good defense for him. Garcia reached on a walk in the first and then flew out to center in the third. 2-0. Garcia taking some time, holding that hand up, is asking for timeout as he gets all set. Now asks for timeout again. Doesn't get the timeout in the pitch inside. And Garcia talking to the umpire saying, I had my hand out. And the umpire saying, I didn't give you timeout. Had his hand up the whole time, then put his hand down, then put it back up. And he's taking a long time in between, and it's a 3-0 count. Shouldn't be too mad. It was a ball. And he walked him. And a bit of a bat flip on the walk. Vaquero's very unhappy with the home plate umpire. So, the most ungrateful walk I think I've ever seen. Well, that ends 13 in a row retired by Repovich. You're getting a look there at Troy Haddock, the home plate umpire. Haddock really handled that pretty well. I mean, he's getting some lip, it looks like, from the Vaquero batters and some attitude. And I really like it when the umpire just tries to end it, but doesn't inflame the situation. He definitely could have, the way that Garcia looked back at him. Collazo, the senior DH at the plate. 2 outs and a man on, and now Repovich having trouble finding the strike zone. Four straight balls in our 5 straight balls now in a row. Collazo, fly out to center in the first, a fly out to left in the 4th. Snap throw over, Garcia dives back. Garcia was on base back in that first inning after a walk. Went down to second on the ground ball that turned into an error by Senior. The 1-0. Up high, 2-0. See if Rich Dorman, the pitching coach, going to come out there and have a word. And we're going to get some action down in the pen now, it looks like. Franks is walking around down there in the Antelope pen. See the throw over. Runner back safely. We did see Rep get called for a balk earlier this year, the one time I remember, and it was not because of the throw over to first. It was on a pitch in his windup. Said his back foot came off the rubber. In the air to right. Gary coming in. Makes the grab. And that is the inning. So, oddly, Repovich faces 4 in this inning. Hasn't done that since back in the first inning. But he gets the out, pitches around the walk. No runs, no hits, no errors. 1 man left on base. We go to the bottom of the 6th. 3-0 GCU with the lead. It is time again for the annual Lopi Awards. Grand Canyon University's one-of-a-kind sports honors celebration. And guess what, folks? You can watch the excitement live on GCU TV. That's Monday the 24th at 7 p.m. Jake Wong, our own Jake Wong, is nominated for Breakthrough Student Athlete Performance. And softball's up for a few items here. Game of the Year against Stanford. Team of the Year. Camry Wortman's also up for an award along with Logan Johnston. What's the handicap on that Team of the Year? Going to be GCU softball? You may have any ideas? I was told last night they'll probably win at least one of those, either Game of the Year or Team of the Year. We have to wait, right? If men's volleyball pulls the big upset that's going to start here in about 10 minutes, that would have to be either the game or the Team of the Year if they won the MIVA. So we'll have to wait. But softball, good chance there. Pitcher's duel here in this one, although the Lopes put 3 on the board in the 3rd and lead at 3-0. Garcia pitching well. He's back out there for the 6th. Wyatt, Malice, and Pavlica due up for GCU. Lopes scored 3 in the 3rd. That's all of their runs. They have 7 hits in the ballgame and have left 4 on base. Wyatt's still looking for his first base hit of the series. Went 0 for in the ballgame yesterday. He's 0 for 2 in this one, a strikeout and a fly out to center. He did hit the ball very hard and deep to center his last at bat, but McMahon ran it down on the warning track. Wyatt gets under that one, flies to shallow right field. Senior going out, makes the grab. 1 pitch, 1 out. Well, Wyatt came in on fire, and now he has struggled here in this series. Wyatt now 0 for 7 in the series. Let's see if he might get a break tomorrow and try to get maybe LaRouge out there in left field and somebody like Signs a chance to DH. Malice at the plate. First pitch in there for strike one. Zach Malice 2 for 2. Base hit single in the second, base hit single in the fourth, and stole a base in the fourth. Down low. 1-1 to Malice. That one on the outside corner. 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Zach Malice with 1 out in the 6th. Lopes up 3-0. Zach getting 276, 1 homer, 14 RBI. Would love to see the Lopes give themselves a bit of breathing room here. Repovich labored to get out of that top half of the frame. The 1-2. Ripped foul on the first baseline. Well, New Mexico State's starting to pull away through 7. They're up 7-4 over Northern Colorado, and Utah Valley in the top of the 7th up 11-7 over Chicago State. They're going to play 2 up there at Orem. Bakersfield playing at Arizona State later on tonight. Sac State's already won, beating Seattle in Seattle 9-0. Down low, 2-2. Alice played first base for the Lopes last year, moving across the diamond to third base. This year, Zach out of Tucson, Arizona, Desert Christian High. Hit .301 last season for GCU, 3 homers and 24 RBI. The 2-2. Taps it left side. Estrella coming in, fields it, fires, and he beat it out. And now UTRGV can't believe it. There have been some bang-bang plays down there at first, and now Metrana's going to come out again, and mainly just because Victor Garcia Jr. is very unhappy with that call. And Metrana just comes out with his arms to his side, and he had to come out and argue that one because it's very close. You watch the play here. Yeah, and I think he beat it, folks. I mean, of course, I'm going to be a little biased probably, but sure looked like that could have gone either way. And it went the way of the Lopes. Yeah, maybe he didn't beat it when you slow it down that slowly. But the Vaqueros just thinking they're getting homered here a bit because there have been some bang-bang plays down there at first. And they've been going for the defensive team. And that's the first time it went for Zach Malice. He's 3 for 3 now with the infield single. And the fun news for everybody is that Barnes will be behind home plate tomorrow. And maybe Noah Lee, the catcher, will be back there catching tomorrow. Should be a somewhat volatile situation. Pavlik at the plate. Preston a fly out to center and a walk. Pavlik had the 2-run homer in the 7th last night. Malice goes, swing, the throw down to second. Ball gets away. Malice is going to slide back into first. They wanted batter interference. The catcher wanted. He's saying he got up to throw. He ran into Pavlica. There was no call. Home plate umpire very quickly said a safe. The ball kicked away, and Malice thought he was dead to rights. He reversed course and ran back to first base. It didn't look like Pavlica was outside the batter's box on the swing. You see the replay here. Pavlica swings. He did step over, but he didn't really get out of the box. So it looked like a good call by the home plate umpire, and everybody's safe. That one ripped by Pavlica, but he got it underneath it. Coming in, left fielder making the grab. The left fielder, Garcia, for the second out. And Pavlica upset himself, chucked that bat, and almost hit the home plate umpire who was coming down the line to make sure everything was okay. So 2 down, and it'll be up to Josh Meyer. Meyer 0 for 2. Ground out to the pitcher in the third, and in the 5-4-3 double play in the fourth. Malice still down there at first. Had a 1-out base hit, now with 2 outs. Throw over, and Malice dives back. It was a weird play on that attempted stolen base. It was a late swing from Pavlica as if he was just trying to protect the runner, and then the catcher, Schrank, came up to throw and ran into Pavlica and wanted an interference call, but didn't get it. The ball got away from the second baseman and shortstop, and Malice ran all the way back to first. Throw over, Malice dives back again. Zach had a stolen base in the fourth. Down low. 1-0 count to Meyer. Josh hitting .262 on the season. Still looking for his first home run. Let's have 9 RBI. Josh had a home run in 2014. Hasn't had a home run for the Lopes since. Sat out 2016 with the injury. There goes Malice this time. Ripped down the third base line, but foul. Boy, Malice didn't realize it was foul on his horse. He was going first to third all the way. Was attempting a steal on the play, too. 1-1 the count. Zach will have to go all the way back to first base. Garcia's been in and out of jams with runners on throughout the game. Gave up 3 in the third, but has put goose eggs on the board in every other inning. Trying to do it here. The 1-1 to Josh Meyer, and now Garcia steps off. The catcher, Schrank, taking a long time getting the sign from the dugout. Just now they're giving the sign. I think Mantrana's calling the game himself, but basically flashed a 1, a 2, and a 1. Have to look at the wristband and see what that means. The 1-1. It means throw a fastball outside. 2-1. Well, we see a lot of times where the coaches in college ball will call the game from the dugout, but typically they do it in a bit more expedient manner. The 2-1. Throw over, Malice dives back. Choate used to do that when he was the pitching coach here, but boy, he was about the time the catcher threw the ball over, he was calling the pitch and getting it relayed out, and drove him crazy if the catcher took too long to get it out there. Lopes all about pitching quickly, pitching in a good rhythm. The 2-1. In there for a strike, 2-2. Coach Stankiewicz obviously is a defensive specialist in his major league career, knowing how important it is to get a good pitching rhythm, not make your defenders stand around out there. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Throw over, Malice dives back. That one looked like he might have been thinking about taking off again. Two not going. Jammed him. Chopper down to the third. Torres has it. Fires across in time. So the base hit single, infield single by Malice, doesn't turn into anything. Garcia pitches around. No runs on 1 hit. No errors. A man left on base. We've completed 6. 3-0 GCU. This is Lopes Baseball on GCU TV.
Hello, Phoenix. This is Jerry Colangelo from Grand Canyon University. You can join the GCU community by enrolling as an evening student at our beautiful campus in the heart of Phoenix. Earn your bachelor's, master's, or doctoral degree to take your career to the next level. Engage with industry expert instructors and get the support you need to excel. I look forward to seeing you on campus.
Find your purpose at Grand Canyon University. Visit gcu.edu/evening.
3-0 ball game. Lopes lead it as we go to the 7th. Repovich will face Senior, Estrella, and Gomez. Men's volleyball underway up at The Ohio State University, playing in Columbus. Just in the first set here. Ohio State number 2 in the country. GCU number 14 in the country. We'll keep an eye on that one as we progress. New Mexico State up 7-4 on Northern Colorado in the top of the 8th. And Utah Valley up 11-7 over Chicago State in the bottom of the 7th. Seattle has already beaten, Sacramento State has already beaten Seattle 9-0 earlier today. Bakersfield plays at Arizona State at 6:30 tonight. Senior 0 for 2, reached on an air and flew out to center field, but it was a line drive. Great play by Pavlica, leaving his feet and diving head first to make the grab. So can't really call that a fly out or even a line out. It was just a great defensive play. First pitch misses, ball 1. On the outside corner, 1-1. Well, we've seen that outside corner. A strike with Haddock this entire game. He's been consistent in that area, the 1-1. Swing and a miss. Looked like he took a little off that outside offering. Count goes to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Repovich from the base hit single in the 2nd by Gomez all the way until he walked Garcia in the 6th. Had retired 13 in a row. The 1-2. Down low. 2 balls, 2 strikes to count. Austin Senior. Senior hitting .241 on the season. Strike 3 inside corner. Looked like Senior knew it. He didn't argue too much on that one. That is the 5th strikeout of the ball game for Repovich. Jake trying to pick up where he left off after retiring 13 in a row and 14 of the last 15 he's faced. Retires Senior to start the 7th. Ivan Estrella 0 for 2. Reached on a fielder's choice and then struck out. Fly ball into right, pretty well hit. Schwartz going back, not going to get it. It's going to one-hop the wall. Gary snags it and fires it back into second, but it's a one-out double by Estrella. That gives a little bit of life to the UTRGV faithful here.
Right fielder, Anthony Gomez.
I'll bring up Gomez. So Estrella gets the double to right center field. Gomez 1 for 2, base hit single in the 2nd, and ground out to short. 2nd base hit of the ball game for UTRGV. Strike with the first pitch, fastball. Action now in the Antelope bullpen. The 0-1. Missed on the outside corner, 1-1. Looks like Josh Andrews warming up down in the pen for GCU, the sophomore lefty. Repovich nearing 90 pitches in this one. 1 out here in the 7th. Pitch to Gomez. Pops it up behind home plate. Meyer looks at it. It's going to get out of play. Top of the press box here. 1 ball, 2 strike to count. There's a shot of Andrews warming up. Josh has been good in relief for GCU this season. Andrews, 14 appearances, just 3 runs this season. That one into center field, coming over, making the grab is Pavlik. Are going to throw behind the runner, but back in plenty of time is Estrella, and that is the second out. So a line drive out to center field. It'll be up to Tyler Torres. Torres 0 for 2.
Third baseman.
Torres struck out looking in the second and ground out to first in the 5th. See if Rep can get him through the 7th here. Doubt he would come back out for the 8th. Andrews will definitely be ready. Repovich, if he can have a quick at bat here, possibly could come back out. Inside ball. Still under 90 pitches in this ball game. Getting close though. Pitch to Torres. Rip foul. One goes right by our cameraman down there. Scotty, watch yourself. The dugout down the third base line. Ricocheted off the back wall. It's really the ricochet you got to be careful for. See that one coming off the bat, but not sure where that's going to bounce off the back wall behind you. 1-1 count to Torres. Big swing and a miss. Like a slider inside down around the toes. 1-2 the count. Repovich over 90 pitches now, sitting at 91. Like Franks and Voroff starting to loosen up a bit as well. Mick just stretching out the legs, standing up and walking around. The 1-2. In the air to left, coming in. Wyatt fields on a bounce. Could have a play at the plate. The throw going to be offline. Meyer grabs it, and UTRGV is on the board. So the 1-out double and the 2-out single, and it's a 3-1 ball game. Estrella off with the crack of the bat. Torres gets the RBI. Now Repovich having a chat with his catcher, Josh Meyer. Victor Garcia Jr. at the plate.
Victor Garcia Jr.
Victor Garcia Jr. 0 for 2, and he's going to face a lefty, but it's going to be a different lefty, I believe. Coach Stankiewicz going to come in and make the change. So Repovich going to go 6 2/3, and they are calling for Josh Andrews. Josh was out there getting ready to come in, just now waiting to check and see. And so Repovich is done. He's going to slowly walk off and meet Josh Andrews on his way in to the mound. So the sophomore hustles in, and the junior pats him on the rear with the glove, and Stankiewicz is going to give the ball to the sophomore lefty. Repovich done with 6 2/3. Gave up a couple of hits, a run. It was earned. He walked 1 and struck out 5. He is responsible for the man down there at first base, Tyler Torres, but Andrews will be your new pitcher here. Repovich wanted to get through that 7th inning, but goes 6 2/3. Another good quality start by the Saturday guy for GCU. Take a look at the numbers here. Josh Andrews, 2.53 ERA. This is his 15th appearance. In 10 2/3, he's given up 8 hits, 3 runs. They were all earned. He's walked 6 and struck out 13. Opposition in 2-16 against Josh Andrews. He will face Victor Garcia Jr. unless we get a pinch hitter, but I don't see one forthcoming here. Opens up 3-1. GCU scored all 3 of theirs in the 3rd. Looking for my stats here, but I seem to have missed. Maybe I found them now. Okay, here we go. Looking for the little situational stats here. Take a look at Andrews. Josh. Lefty's actually hitting 417 off Josh. Righty's hitting a $120. So you'd think it'd be the opposite, but lefties have hit him well. 3-1 ball game. Torres down at first. Garcia Jr. at the plate. Victor 0 for 2. Throw over, runner back. In the air to right. Got under it. Schwartz coming in on it now. Makes the grab. Andrews gets the job done. One pitch. And ends any type of threat. We go to the bottom of the 7th. Vaqueros get on the board. It's a 3-1 lead for the Lopes. Stretch time here at Brazil Stadium. If you're on campus, check out GCBC for locally sourced coffee, tea, and treats. That's the Grand Canyon Beverage Company located in the Student Union, Roadrunner Apartments, and Canyon 49 Grill. GCBC. I've been told there will not be a GCBC at the new baseball stadium. I'm sad about that, but not too far to walk over to grab a cup of coffee prior to the ball game. Check them out, GCBC. So in that top of the 7th, 1 run on a couple of hits, no errors, and a man left on, but Andrews comes in and gets out of the inning. For GCU, it'll be 9-1-2. Mumper, Bull, and LaRouge. And Garcia still in there. Would have probably thought that he would have been the first one to go the way Repovich was pitching, but Jake got his pitch count up just a bit. Take a look at Rep's final line. 6 2/3, 3 hits, 1 run. It was earned. He walked 1, struck out 5, faced 25 batters, threw 92 pitches, 58. Were strikes, 16 first pitch strikes. Mumper at the plate, hitting a $198 on the year. Does have a homer and 11 RBI. See if the Lopes can get that run back here. This has a feel of one of those ball games. You want to try to distance yourself a bit, not put too much pressure on your pitching and defense. UTRGV feeling good about a comeback here. They got 1 on the board. First pitch in there, strike. Umper a base hit single and a ground out to third. 0-1. Tried to check his swing on a high pitch. 0-2. Andrews comes in and just throws 1 pitch, so now no action. The pin down there. Franks had been loosened up a little bit. There's some action down in the Vaqueros bullpen. Number 19, Austin Kufrovich. Kufrovich was warming up in the ballgame yesterday, but did not come in as they brought in Austin Douglas instead. So Kufrovich warming up. 1 ball, 2 strike count to Mumper here in the bottom of the 7th. Ooh, inside corner, strike 3. Mumper didn't agree with it. That was a late break-in pitch from the righty to the righty. Almost the reverse of a backdoor slider. That one was a front door slider in there for a strike. 5th strikeout of the ball game for Garcia. 1 up, 1 down. We go to the top of the order, Austin Bull. Bull 1 for 2. Ground out to first in the first. walked and scored in the third and doubled leading off the fifth, but was stranded down at third base. Ground ball left side. Oh, and off the bat, it looked like Estrella went the wrong way. Didn't pick it up. Estrella broke towards second and then couldn't adjust. Base hit single. Bulls on base for the third time in a row and second hit in a row. With that inside-out swing, and not sure if he had trouble picking up the ball or what, but looked like Estrella broke to second and not a chance to come back and backhand it. So LaRouge at the plate. Tommy had a sac bunt his last time up. Garcia, he's nearing 100 pitches, actually just over 100 pitches. Throw over. Bull back safely. This is Tom in there for a strike. Tom struck out looking in the first, didn't even swing the bat, and in the third, hit the first pitch into left field for a base hit, came around to score the third run of the ball game on that single by Schwartz a couple of batters later, and then had a sac bunt in the fifth. Good lead for Bull. Throw over, and Bull dives back. Austin 4 for 8 in stolen bases this season. Bluffs the 0-1 outside, 1-1. Ohio State trying to pull away in the first set. Up 22-16 over GCU men's volleyball. 1-1 to Tom. A throw over to first instead. Make it 23-16. Looks like Nicholas Scherzen serving now. Zamiva Player of the Year. Pretty good volleyball player up there at Ohio State. The 1-1, another throw over. Got Bull leaning, but Austin gets back safely. Wind picking up a bit, blowing out toward right field, the 1-1. Down the line, left, slicing, foul and out of play. One ball, two strike count. It's Tom LaRouge. Kufrovich not throwing anymore down there in the bullpen, so he's either ready to go or told him to sit down, and Garcia's looking okay. Garcia over 100 pitches now in the ball game. The 1-2. Outside, 2-2. Throw over, Bull dives back just in time. Tom in his freshman campaign in 2015 hit .342 And in his sophomore campaign, he hit .342. Went from 0 home runs to 2 home runs and 13 RBI to 26 RBI. Kept the batting average the same. The 2-2 throw over. Bull dives back safely. This year, Tommy hitting .318 with a homer, 15 RBI. Thomas played 45 games his freshman year, 54, and started all that he played his sophomore year. Down to third, past the dive of Torres into left field. Back-to-back base hits by the top 2 hitters for GCU, and they'll bring it to Ian Evans.
First baseman, Ian Evans.
So a couple of singles through the left side. Evans steps up to the plate. Ian has struck out a couple times and had a sac pop foul to first. That might be it. Looks like Kufrovich was ready. Metrano heading to the mound. Haven't seen a signal yet. We'll see if he does go that direction. And he is going to make the call to the bullpen. That'll do it for Garcia. He'll leave. Down 3-1 in the ball game with a couple of runners on that are his responsibility. Garcia, the homecoming out of Peoria, Arizona, and Paradise Valley Community College has the fans here. Pitched a good ball game. I mean, gave up those 3 runs in the third, but shut down the Lopes. Pitched out of some jams. But he is done for the day. And it is number 19 in the ballgame, Austin Kufrovich. Kufrovich, the 5'11 lefty junior out of Dripping Springs, Texas. Brookhaven Junior College. Take a look at Kufrovich's numbers. A 1.54 ERA. This is his 10th appearance. In 11 2/3, he's given up 10 hits, 3 runs. 2 were earned. He's walked 5 and struck out 12. Opponents hitting .238 against him.
Now on the mound, number 19, Austin Kufrovich.
So Kufrovich, the new pitcher. He will inherit runners at first and second with 1 out, and the Lopes leading it 3-1. Boy, a slugfest in game 1 of the doubleheader at Orem, Utah. Utah Valley up 11-9 in the top of the 8th, but Chicago State has a couple of runners on with 2 outs. New Mexico State 3 outs away, or excuse me, 1 out away from getting another victory here, up 7-4 over Northern Colorado. So Ian Evans at the plate. Strikeout of Mark Mumper looking on a slider on the inside corner. Single by Bull, pass the shortstop, and a single by LaRouge. Evans hitting .305 on the season, 1 homer, 24 RBI. First pitch, breaking pitch, missed outside, ball 1. Kufrovich taking time as well. Now he's going to take time and step off. Check at the runner. Shot to second. Off the glove. Senior goes to second for 1. No throw back to first, so they get LaRue's going down to second. Bull didn't round the bag at third, so the force out puts Evans on with the fielder's choice, and he'll be up to Garrison Schwartz once again with runners at the corners, and you need a 2-out base knock. Would have been tough to turn with Evans running, but it was hit well. Senior just bobbled a bit and had to recover. Well, Kufrovich out of Dripping Springs, Texas, played at Dripping Springs High School. What other Antelope great on the hard court played at Dripping Springs High School? Anybody know in the press box? Antelope basketball player played at Dripping Springs, Texas High School, along with Kufrovich. Actually, I don't know if they were there at the same time or not. Probably not. Pitch inside, ball one. Daniel Alexander, bing, 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 give the man a free hot dog. He said he'll take it. Someone get him a hot dog. Want to know the count to Garrison Schwartz. Gary had 264 on the year already, a couple of RBI, and this one 4 RBI in the series. Chance to get another one here. Breaking pitch in there for a strike. 1-1. Kufrovich peering in now. He's got the sign, the 1-1. Missed outside. 2-1. Garrison, a base hit single in the first and single in the second that drove in a couple in the ground out to second base in the fifth. 3-1 Lopes in the bottom of the seventh. Throw over to first. Evans back safely. Bull down there at third. Evans at first. Up high. 3-1. Another lefty warming up in the pin down there for the Vaqueros. Looks to be at number 36, Austin Gussman. Strike on the outside corner, 3-2. Now with a full count, Evans will get a chance. And now Victor Garcia Jr. saying he's going to play behind the runner, Evans, over there. Full count to Garrison Schwartz. Pitch. There goes the runner. Rips it down the line. Hooking. Foul ball. Boy, Gary got out in front of that one and gave it a ride, but foul. So we'll do it again, 3-2 count. I don't think Kufrovich will throw him that one again. It looked like a belt-high changeup of some sort. Gary just turned on it and flipped it down the line. Garrison's got 4 homers this season. 3-2 again. Evans takes his lead. There goes Evans. Up the middle, base hit. Another 2-out base knock and an RBI. Bull comes in to score. Evans, who is running on the play, gets all the way to third, and the ball, boy, hit a seam in there. The second baseman got out of the way, and shortstop Estrella couldn't snag it. It goes all the way back to the pitcher, Kufrovich, but nobody else advances. So Garrison Schwartz, 3 for 4 now on the day with 3 RBI. All 3 of them coming with 2-out base knocks. And it is 4-1 GCU. The Lopes get that run back that they gave up in the top half of the frame. Evans, as we mentioned, running on the play, goes all the way to third. Well, Garrison Schwartz just missed a home run, pulled it foul, didn't try to jerk this one, just shot it right back up the middle. Tyler Wyatt still looking for his first base hit of the series. Wyatt 0 for 7 in the series, down low, ball 1. Wyatt a strikeout in the second, a fly out to center in the third, a deep fly out all the way to the warning track in center, and then popped out to the second baseman in the sixth. Two and 0. Wyatt pitched quite a bit last year. This year he's come in and pitched twice. Just 2/3 of an inning, 4 hits, 6 runs, all earned. And walked 2, throw over to first. So Wyatt hasn't pitched nearly as much, an 81 ERA. But at the plate, came into this series hitting just under 500 in whack play. The Vaqueros have had his number, though. Way outside, 3-0. Malice is on deck. Probably Kufrovic's last batter here. Gussman, be ready to go. In there for a strike, 3-1. The Vaqueros, quite a few Austins that throw. Austin Douglas threw yesterday, Austin Kufrovic throwing today, and then Austin Gussman in the bullpen getting ready to come in. Evans at third, Schwartz at first, snap throw by Kufrovic. It is a final. New Mexico State gets another victory, 7-4 over Northern Colorado. Jonathan Groff got the win. He's 6-4. Ruger Rodriguez got his 7th save. In the air to right. Toward the line. Making the grab and into the inning is Anthony Gomez. So the Lopes get one across. They answer and now lead it 4-1 as we go to the 8th. This is Lopes Baseball on GCU TV.
I'm Taylor. I'm a senior here at GCU and I'm studying marketing. Moving on campus is one of the best decisions ever. Being an RA has given me a lot of experience that I think I can carry on through the rest of my life. Throughout my time here at GCU, I've needed $20,000 worth of assistance, but through my on-campus position and the multiple scholarships, I've been able to earn the money each year to pay that back, so by the time I walk across the stage, I'll have no debt.
Find your purpose at Grand Canyon University. Private, Christian, affordable. Visit gcu.edu.
Josh Andrews came on in the 7th, threw one pitch and got Victor Garcia Jr. to fly out to right. He will have to throw more pitches than that here as he starts the 8th. Schrenk, and then the top of the order, McMahon and Garcia. 4-1, GCU with the lead. Jake Repovich got the start in this one and went 6 2/3, gave up just the 1 run and 3 hits. Andrews on in relief. Looks like Franks and Vorhoff both down there, but looks like Vorhoff throwing in earnest, getting ready to go. So the idea would be, as that first pitch misses 1-0, that Andrews would get him to the 9th, and Mick would come in And this would be a safe situation if the score held right now. Mick pitched last night in a non-safe situation through the 9th inning. 2-0. Schrank 0 for 2. Ground out to short, ground out to third. Fastball inside corner, 2-1. There's Vorhoff getting loose. Mick threw an inning, the 9th inning. Struck out a man, faced 4 batters. 2-2 now. Down low, count goes full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. When Mick came in, he got a strikeout, then hit a batter. Got the next 2. Payoff pitch. Up high, walked him. Not the way you want to start the 8th. See if Andrews can work through the top of the order. McMahon 0 for 3. Reached on an error in the 1st. Struck out in the 3rd. Ground out to short in the 6th. Dorman going to come out and have a little chat with his sophomore lefty. As I said, the last thing you want to do up 3 is put guys on base. Walks are the worst. Hitting a guy be problematic as well. So Rich Dorman, the new pitching coach for GCU. Dorman joined the staff earlier this season from the Seattle Mariners organization. And while he's with the Mariners, 8 players reached the major leagues. That was at the time that we wrote this here. 8 players have reached the major league, including Diamondback pitcher Taijuan Walker, James Paxton. Walker, of course, came in throughout the first pitch on opening day. Then later he beamed Buster Posey in the helmet. He's been pitching well this year for the upstart Diamondbacks. Up near the top of the division. First pitch by Andrews, misses outside, ball 1. In there for a strike, 1-1. They're in the top of the 9th in Orem, Utah, and Chicago State trails it 11-10. Both teams put up 6 in the 3rd inning. Chicago State put up 3 in the 8th, trying to come back and win this thing. Oh, the bunt. Malice, bare hands. Tough play on the bare hand. Can't come up with it. Everybody's safe. And now, with the heart of the order coming up, the tying run coming up to the plate. Well, it's going to be a very tough play. Malice tried to bare-hand it. Probably shouldn't have bare-handed it. Might not have had a play had he not. So the walk and the bunt single, and that's going to do it for Andrews. Coach Stankiewicz isn't messing around anymore. After you put the 2 guys on, you're going to have to make the pitching change. So they're going to go right to Vorhoff. Now, the good news is about Vorhoff as well as AJ. AJ can pitch pretty much every day. Mick threw last night, didn't really labor last night at all, threw a great inning. He'll just come in here and might have to pitch the 8th and the 9th, but if not, you can always bring AJ in. So Josh is done, got the 1 pitch to get him out of the 7th, but has yet to retire a man here in the 8th, and Mick Vorhoff comes on in relief, the 3rd pitcher of the day for GCU. Coach Stankiewicz having an extended meeting out there with the fellas as well. Does not want to let this one slip away, but Vorhoff will come in and face Garcia, Collazo, and Senior, the 2, 3, and 4 hole hitters for this Vaquero squad. Vorhoff, as we mentioned, came in and faced 4 batters last night. Just threw 13 pitches, had a strikeout, closed out the ball game. It was a non-safe situation. So it was a 9-4 win for GCU. You look at mixed numbers overall, a 4.79 ERA, a record of 1-3. This is his 18th appearance. He does have 4 saves. In 20 and 2/3, he's given up 20 hits, 12 runs, 11 earned. He's walked 5 and struck out 19. The opposition hitting .250 against Mick. He has been susceptible to the long ball. 3 homers given up and 7 doubles. So Mick will face a steady diet of right-handers. Only one lefty in this lineup for the Vaqueros, and that's the number 8-hole hitter, Victor Garcia Jr. Boroff out of Sammamish, Washington. Folks down in town watching this series. Inning started with a walk to Schrank. He's out there at second, and then the bunt single by McMahon. He's at first. So 2, 3, and 4 due up here. Garcia, then Collazo, and then Senior. Vorhoff got Garcia to fly out to center in the ball game last night. First pitch, missed outside, ball 1. Jose Garcia hitting .336 on the season, 6 homers, 27 RBI. This ball game was been on a couple times. In there for a strike, 1-1. So love a ground ball at somebody here. Little 6-4-3 double play, possibly. Evans playing behind the runner at first. That's McMahon. He's got good speed out there. The 1-1. Breaking pitch stayed up high. Count ball, 2 balls and 1 strike. Jose Garcia 2 for 4 with 2 runs and an RBI in the ball game yesterday. 2-1. Little nubber. Vorhoff looks at second, has 1 play. Gets it over to first. Garcia hustling down the line. And now a couple of runners into scoring position with 1 out for Collazo.
Joseph Collazo.
Vorhoff took a look out there at second, but wisely decided it probably wasn't the best opportunity there. So he got the ground ball, but didn't get the one he wanted at somebody and hit sharply. Collazo 0 for 3. Misses outside, 1-0. Collazo, equal opportunity fly balls here. Fly out to center, a fly out to left, and a fly out to right. Popped up. Final plate. Meyer lost it, but now it's well back and into the stands there, and it looked like it rolled off the sunscreen, and a lucky fan got a souvenir. 1-1 the count. Collazo hitting .279. Redshirt senior designated hitter. Hitting .276 with runners on, but .333 with runners in scoring position. And he's got a couple in scoring position out there. Strike on the outside corner, 1-2. Well, Schrank down there at third base reached on the walk, and then the base hit single by McMahon on a little bunt. McMahon at second. He's got good speed. The base hit, you'd think, would score 2 and make it a 1-run ball game. One-two from Mick. Ripped up the middle. It's going to get through for a base hit. Throw's going to come into second. Both runs score, and it's a 4-3 ball game. So Collazo, who was 2 for 5 in the ball game yesterday, gets a big base hit here, and a couple of runs come across. They'll both be charged to Andrews. But that base hit single, the second hit of the inning, and now the Vaqueros coming alive here. It's a one-run ball game, 4-3, and that's where you look back at all those zeros on the board for GCU, other than that 3-run third. And you hate to see those. You want to try to pile on a bit, and now Austin Senior at the plate. Ground ball, going to get through the left side. Hitting the ball fairly well. I mean, not just lacing the ball, but just finding some holes. That one up the middle wasn't scorched or anything. And now you got the tying run down there at second. Vaqueros trying for a late inning rally here. So Ivan Estrella at the plate. So Voroff has gotten the ground balls. Just the one right up the middle. Nobody had a chance at that one. Through the hole into left field.
Shortstop, Ivan Estrella.
Estrella doubled his last time up. Came around to score the first run of the ball game. In there for strike one. Voroff asked for the signs one more time. No action in the pin down there for GCU. We had seen Franks milling around down there. In the air to center. Pavlica coming in on it. Going to make the grab. Gets himself in a good position to throw. And no tag out there by Collazo. He is the tying run. So Voroff gets the fly out to center. And that'll bring up the right fielder, Anthony Gomez. Gomez base hit single in the second. Ground out to short in the fifth. And a line out in the seventh. Breaking pitch in there for a strike. Nicely done by Voroff. Gomez hitting .292 on the year. No homers. At 5 RBI. Collazo, the tying run out there at second base. Senior, the go-ahead run at first. And they're not holding him on at first as that one misses high and away. 1-1 to Gomez. Senior takes his lead. With Evans playing behind him, a gapper you'd think would score him because he's going to get a big lead and a big jump with 2 outs. The pitch, breaking pitch, stayed outside. They might want to go back to that, though. You can see Gomez kind of flinching on that breaking pitch. Doesn't seem to be seeing it all that well. Check of the runners, a 2-1. Ooh. Check swing if he went around. He did not. Almost hit him as well. So now Voroff in danger of pushing the tying run down to third with a walk here. Torres on deck. He had the single and the RBI in the seventh to put the first run across. Still no action in the bullpen. Fouled off. Voroff battles back. 3 balls and 2 strikes. That was a big pitch right there. You got to come with something challenging, but you can't lay it out over the plate. Gussman's still warming. You would think he's coming in, I would guess, to start or pitch the 8th, but Kufrovic got it through the 7th. That run he gave up, though, looming big for the Lopes. The 3-2. There go the runners. Ground ball to third. Malice under his glove into left field. Collazo's going to score. The throw to third. Everybody's safe. Oh, boy. Second error of the ball game from Malice, and that is a biggie. And he can't believe it. He just must have taken his eye off the ball. Boy, that looked like an easy ground ball down there to third, and Zach punching his glove. He knows he made a mistake there and should have been an easy play. And it almost looked like he was looking up to see if he could go to second because the runners were moving or if he had to go to first. But either way, it's a 4-4 ball game. Collazo all the way around to score, and then Senior goes down to third as they were both running on the 3-2 count. So no RBI by Gomez, but he probably doesn't care. He's down there at first, and Senior's down at third. And Vorov's got to get things together here. I mean, he really hasn't pitched that poorly. He got the fly out. He's had ground balls. They've just gotten through. And then that one should have been the last out of the inning. First pitch to Torres, going after it and fouls it back. Torres struck out looking in the 2nd, ground out to the first baseman in the 5th. And they got that base hit single to drive in a run. That was the hit that chased Jake Repovich from the ballgame. The 0-1. Tried to check a swing on a high fastball and fouled it back. 0-2. Tyler Torres, the third baseman. This is the freshman. Hitting .254 on the year. No homers, 13 RBI. Throw over to first and runner back. Now we got a new pitcher warming up in the pen for UTRGV. The 0-2, swing and a miss, struck him out on a high fastball. Torres couldn't hold off, but the damage is done as the E5, second error of the ball game for Malice, allows a run to come in and tie this up. So both teams have put 3 on the board in innings and 1 on the board, and we're knotted at 4 as we go to the bottom of the 8th. Malice will have a chance at redemption as he will lead off the 8th, followed by Pavlik and Meyer, unless we get a pinch hitter. Join Mercy Me for a night of praise and worship as they bring their 2017 Lifer Tour to GCU Arena tonight. Introducing songs to their new album, Lifer. The multi-award-winning band will also play some of their greatest hits for a special night of music that you are not going to want to miss. They'll be joined by Hawk Nelson and Micah Tyler. Get your tickets at gcuarena.com. So Gusman is in the ball game here for UTRGV. And they've got a right-hander warming up in the pen in this tie ball game 4-4 as we go to the bottom of the 8th. It's George Lamb, the sophomore out of Mesa, Arizona, warming in the pen. But number 36, Austin Gusman, the 6-foot freshman out of Thornton, Colorado, and Horizon High School. Gusman, this is his 2nd appearance, no ERA. He's pitched 1 inning and is a clean inning. Well, in the 8th, Andrews started it off with a walk to Schrank, a base hit single to McMahon. McVoroff came in and got Garcia on a ground out back to the pitcher. Everybody moved up 90 feet. And then Collazo got a base hit single up the middle, just C&I ground ball up the middle. 2 runs coming to score, and it's a 4-3 ball game. Base hit single by Senior, a fly out to center, and then a ground ball down to third that Malice couldn't come up with. Allowed the tying run to score. And that's how we're knotted at 4 apiece. The Lopes, 4 runs, 11 hits, 3 errors, 7 left on base. UTRGV, 4 runs, 6 hits, no errors, and 6 left on base. Those 3 errors. Deadly for GCU. Repovich pitched around the first 2 errors in the first inning, but that error in the last inning cost the Lopes. And Voroff going to come out for the 9th. It looks like nobody warming up in the bullpen for GCU. Malice to face Gussman. Malice 3 for 3 with 3 base hit singles in this ball game. He's also stolen a base. Down low, ball 1. Mick Voroff 1 for 3, or 1 and 3, I should say. Has a chance to get himself a win here. The Lopes can score a run in the bottom of the 8th there. 1-0, in there for a strike, 1-1. Gussman taking something off of it. Pitch right in there for strike 2. One and 2 to Malice. Pavlik on deck. Pavlik had the home run last night. One ball, 2 strike pitch to Malice. Offered at it, checked to swing. 2 balls and 2 strikes now. GCU dropped the first 2 sets to Ohio State and down 10-2 here in the 3rd. I think that 11-2. Not looking good for the Lopes, but boy, what a juggernaut the Buckeyes have been. The number 2 ranked team in the country. The 2-2. Chop foul. Malice staying alive on that off-speed offering. Well, this game kind of had the feel to it that Lopes just couldn't tack on enough runs here, but had the 3 in the 3rd and didn't score again till the bottom of the 7th. 2-2, ground ball right side. Senior, the big hop over to first. 1 up and 1 down. Softball senior night getting ready to get started. First pitch momentarily. Last home game of the season for GCU softball. Lopes will be home Tuesday and Wednesday. Of course, they play tomorrow at noon. Then Tuesday and Wednesday against Kansas. Preston Pavlica. First pitch in there for strike 1. That pitch misses inside. 1-1 to Pavlica. Preston to fly out to center. Walked in the 4th and flew out to left in the 6th. Lopes play tomorrow at noon, and Tuesday at 7, and Wednesday at 1. 1-1 pitch. 2-1 now. It's a good hitter's count for Pavlica. Preston had his 2-run homer in the 7th inning last night. If you get into one here. His fly out to center. Chase McMahon back to the warning track. The 2-1. Breaking pitch in there for a strike. 2-2. Boy, that was a beauty. Big sweeping breaking pitch from Gussman. Don't see those very often. Most guys have gone to that tight slider. Not a lot of 3-6 or 12-6 curves, but that one 2-2 inside. That goes full 3-2. That one the big sweeping break on it, but now a full count to Pavlica. 4-4 ball game in the 8th. A payoff pitch with 1 out. Breaking pitch, ground ball to second. A couple of ground outs to second. Lopes down their final out of the 8th. Josh Meyer coming to the plate.
Josh Meyer.
Josh 0 for 3. A ground out to the pitcher, a 5-4-3 double play, and a ground out to third in the 6th. Head coach Stankiewicz going to come over and have a word with Josh Meyer. He's something about how he's being pitched by this lefty. Coach has had his say. So both bullpens are silent here. First pitch from Gussman down to the dirt, ball 1. Eleven hits for the Lopes, 4 runs, just 6 hits for UTRGV, but they've got 4 runs as well. 3 errors for GCU. The 1-0 shot right back up the middle, almost took the glove and the hat off of Gussman. Boy, that one was scorched by Josh Meyer down at first. Mumper coming up to the plate now. So at the very least, that would flip the lineup for the 9th inning. Lopes have gotten runs with 2 outs. They've scored 3 of their 4 runs with 2 outs in this ball game. Gonna get a pitching change here. Manny Matronic coming out. Gussman, I'm not sure if he's going to be done or not. We had the man warming up there in the pen. Did they make the call? They did. Should be George Lamb, number 16, I believe, coming in to the ball game. He had been the guy warming up. They're going to get the righty to face Mumper. So Gussman came in to start the inning, got a couple of ground outs, but then just a line drive shot right back up the box by Josh Meyer. And we'll see if they're going to do a pinch runner here for Meyer or a pinch hitter now. I think we might get a pinch hitter for Mumper. Haven't announced it yet, but it's like Cuba Bess getting a bat in his hand. So they're trying to look and see if they've got some stats to see with if Lamb, how he does against righties or lefties. So number 16, George Lamb, the 6'1" sophomore out of Mesa, Arizona, and Desert Ridge High, coming into the ball game here with a man on first and a 4-4 tie and 2 outs. Lamb, a 6.17 ERA, a record of 1-1. This is his 12th appearance. He does have 2 starts under his belt. He's also got a save. In 11 2/3, he's given up 17 hits, 12 runs, 8 earned. He's walked 14 and struck out 20. Opposition hitting .347 against him. He's yet to give up a home run, but has given up 6 doubles. So they had Cuba Bess with a bat in his hand. Haven't announced him yet. He's still got a bat, but he's in the dugout. Mumper, I think, is going to come up to hit.
Pitching for the Vaqueros, number 16, George Lamb.
Meyer was in the dugout. He's going to trot back down to first base. It looks like they are going to stay with Mumper, not bringing in the pinch hitter. So So looking at number 16, George Lamb. First pitch in there, a strike. Well, lefty's hitting 375 off Lamb. Righty's hitting 333. So they elect to stay with Mumper. Mumper had a single and scored a run in the first, a ground out in the fourth, and a strikeout in the seventh. The 0-1. Another one in there. 0-2. Lamb checks a runner. The pitch up high. Snap throw back down to first. Not in time. As Meyer dives back safely. 1 ball, 2 strike the count to Mark Mumper. Mumper hitting 195 on the year. Does have a homer. 11 RBI. Meyer takes his lead, the 1-2 pitch. Well outside, 2-2. Mark Mumper, Austin Bull on deck. Bull's been on base his last 3 times to the plate. Walk, a double, and a single. Well, it's Lamb's game here for the Vaqueros. Is nobody warming up in the bullpen for UTRGV. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The pitch in the dirt, gets away. Oh, Meyer's going to try to get down to second. The throw gets away. Meyer's safe on the wild pitch. So now, Josh, aggressive base running in scoring position at a 3-2 count to Mumper. Oh, my. When he took off, I got to tell you, folks, I was a bit worried. He read ball in the dirt. He beat the throw. I think he beat it either way, but Estrella couldn't come up with it. I tell you, that ball was in the dirt, blocked pretty well by Schrank, and Meyer just stopped, wasn't sure, and then he took off, and I thought, boy, a good throw might have got him. So aggressive base running puts a go-ahead run in scoring position, a 3-2 count to Mumper. Meyer taking a big lead. Estrella trying to keep him close out there. The pitch almost hit him, and the walk to Mumper. That'll bring up Bull. Good at bat by Mark Mumper. Boy, I tell you. First 2 strikes and worked himself a walk out of the deal. So Mumper on for the second time in the affair, and Bull at the plate. Lopes trying to manufacture a little run with 2 outs here. As I mentioned, they've got 4 runs on the board, and 3 have scored with 2 outs. Now we're going to get a pinch runner. It's going to be number 4, Kona Quiggle, into pinch run for Josh Meyer.
Pinch running in second base for GCU.
So we'll probably see Barnes or McDonald come in to catch here. Quiggle, though, a little bit more speed on the base paths here. Kona Quiggle, this is his 24th game. He started 18 ball games, mainly in center field and left field. Bull at the plate. 2 for 3 with a couple of runs scored. First pitch to Austin. In there for strike 1. Bull ground out his first time up. Then he walked and scored in the third. He doubled in the fifth and was stranded. I was leading off the fifth and was stranded down at third base. Singled and scored in the seventh. So he's accounted for half the runs for GCU. Now if he could drive one in here. Quiggle takes his lead. Estrella trying to keep him close. The 0-1. In there for a strike, 0-2. Not a big problem for Bull. He doesn't mind hitting with a couple of strikes on him. Lamb's ready to go. The 0-2. Strike three on the outside corner, and Bull didn't even pull the trigger. Boy, Lamb just painted it there. And we will go to the ninth. 4-4 ball game. This is Lopes Baseball on GCU TV.
There's an exciting new destination for food, fun, and relaxation in the heart of Phoenix. Come to GCU Hotel and Canyon 49 Grill, where our hospitality management students gain hands-on workplace experience and deliver unmatched service right alongside the staff. Enjoy beautiful amenities like the resort-style pool and full-service fitness center. From the gaming lawn and patio to the artisanal coffee and teas of GCBC, you'll never want to leave. Room rate $79 per night. Visit GCUHotel.com to book your visit today.
Well, Lopes tried to get the go-ahead run after a couple outs. A single by Josh Meyer went to second on the wild pitch, a walk to Mumper, and then Bull at the plate. But Lamb, the new pitcher, strikes him out, and we are headed to the ninth. A 4-4 ball game. Mick Voroff back on there. Barnes in to catch. Griffin Barnes, the redshirt sophomore out of Anaheim, California, on to catch. A pinch ran for Meyer after he got to second base. Mick Voroff will face 8, 9, and 1. Victor Garcia Jr., Nick Schrenk, and Conrad McMahon. Lopes got 3 in the third. UTRGV got 1 in the seventh. Lopes answered with 1 in the seventh, making a 4-1 ball game. And then in the 8th inning, 3 runs across for UTRGV. We're knotted at 4. First pitch from Voroff, misses ball 1. Garcia Jr. 0 for 3, a ground out to the pitcher, struck out looking in the 5th and flew out to right in the 7th. That fastball in there for a strike. 1-1. Pitch from Voroff. Breaking pitch. 1-2 the count now. Victor Garcia Jr. hitting .210 on the season. Hitting .278 when he leads off. As he is doing here, the 1-2 up high, wouldn't chase it, 2-2. Well, Repovich looked like he was going to cruise to his 5th win. Matched Jake Wong with 5 wins, but no decision in this one. Chop foul. Voroff now with a chance to get a win. Ohio State wins the MEVA Finals. Straight set victory over Grand Canyon University, number 2 team in the country. In the air, center starting back, now coming in, the ball dying, and it's going to drop in front of Pavlica. Boy, he got a bad start on that. Don't know if he could have tracked it down either way, but he took about 3 steps back before he came in. Not sure he would have got there. That ball was dying. And now the leadoff man's aboard. Schrenk is going to stay in and more than likely bunt, but Victor Garcia Jr. is done, and the pinch runner is going to come in. Going to be Chris Castillo. Castillo, the 5'10 junior out of Oakland, California, in De Anza College. Well, Castillo's going to come in, and I would be absolutely shocked, flabbergasted, if Schrenk doesn't drop down a bunt here and move the go-ahead run into scoring position. But I've been surprised before, but Schrenk doesn't want me to be flabbergasted. Up high, ball 1. Schrenk, a ground out to short, a ground out to third, and then walked and scored in the 8th. Bunts it up in the air. Barnes chases after it, slides into the dugout. Couldn't get there in time. And Barnes comes up limping a little bit there. Malice asks if he's okay. He says he is. One count to Shrink. Top of the order, and Conrad McMahon on deck. The 1-1. Bunting again. Ooh, buzzed him around the eyes. 2-1 the count. Four ball game, top of the ninth. The pitch. Bunts that one in the air. Barnes might have a play on this one. Hustles over. Oh, and he can't catch it. Caught it on the rebound, the carom off the dugout wall there, but it doesn't count. And boy, I think he looked like he was a little nervous about how far away he was from that dugout. Count goes to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Hopefully that one doesn't come back to haunt him. You know, Coach Stankiewicz in the postgame last night, in the pregame today, said that the team powered through a victory last night but didn't play that well, and they'd have to fix some defensive struggles they had. Bunting again and gets it down. Voroff's got it. An underhand toss to Evans, and the sack bunt moves the go-ahead run into scoring position. But so far, GCU has not done that. They've got 3 errors in the game. That one, the miss by Barnes, doesn't go as an error, but it's one he'll tell you he should have made the catch on, and now it allows the runner to be bunted up into scoring position for the top of the order. So Schrank, even with 2 strikes, dropped down a nice bunt. Chris Castillo is the pinch runner out there at second in scoring position. Top of the order, fouled off. McMahon 0-1 count, top of the order. McMahon reached on an error in the first, struck out in the third, ground out to short in the 6th, singled and scored in the 8th. Check of the run of the 0-1. Fastball outside corner for a strike. 0-2 to McMahon. Ripped into left field. Wyatt's got it. They're going to hold the runner. McMahon gets his second base hit single at as many at bats. And now you got runners at the corners and Jose Garcia coming up to the plate.
Left fielder, Jose Garcia.
Now the go-ahead run. Chris Castillo just 90 feet away. Barnes is going to come out and have a chat with Voroff. Jose Garcia hitting .333 on the season, 6 home runs, 27 RBI. See if they try to manufacture a run here with good speed on the base pass. Castillo down there at third. They try a steal and see if the Lopes are going to throw through. Four ball game. Lopes will have 2, 3, and 4 due up. Like they're going to put the runner on. So instead of Major League Baseball, where you just put the 4 fingers up and can get the walk, they're going to load the bases up here with 1 out and hope they can get Collazo to ground out to somebody, get a double play and get out of this inning. So Garcia is going to get the intentional base on balls from Voroff. We got some action down in the pen. I believe it's Malaki warming up down there. So they walk Garcia. That pushes McMahon out to second base, and Collazo, the DH, is going to come up with the bases loaded. Collazo flew out to center, left, and right his first 3 at-bats, and then drove in 2 with the base hit single in the 8th and came around to score the tying run at the time on the air by Malice. So now no margin for error here. The worst thing this does for you when you intentionally walk a guy to load the bases is now you can't walk a batter here. Fastball outside corner, strike 1. Boroff taking his time here, getting ready to go. Strike, outside corner. Collazo might have been looking for something else. That was a better pitch than the first. Bobby Malachy warming up in the bullpen for GCU. Boroff trying to get out of this bases loaded jam. A single, a sac bunt, a single, and a walk. 0-2 pitch to Collazo. Popped up, fouling out of play. Lopes had the infield in. A little bit further back up the middle. You'd think they're going to come home, but if they get a ground ball going toward the bag, try to turn 2 that way. Boroff peers in. The 0-2. Up high. 1-2. As we said, Boroff last night came in and threw just 13 pitches to get the 3 outs that he needed. He's thrown over 30 here. The 1-2. In the air, shallow. Bull going back. Going to call the infield fly. Looks like put the hands up for the infield fly rule. So the batter's out. The catch is made, and 2 outs. Now it'll be up to Austin Senior. So now the Lopes can back up a bit, just play it straight. But they still got to be very careful here. Senior had the base hit single in the 8th. He also had a line drive in the 4th. It looked like it was going to be a base hit in center field, and Pavlica dove and caught the ball and took a base hit away. Boroff trying to pull a Houdini act here. First pitch up high. Ball 1. Senior hitting .244 on the year. Hits .207 with runners in scoring position. It's under .200 with 2 outs. Does have 5 homers, though, and 25 RBI. Senior is 1 for 4 this afternoon. His only single was in the 8th innings, last time up. So he's 1 for 7 so far in the series. The 1-0 from Mick Vorhoff pops him up, fouling out of play. Well, after the leadoff single by Garcia, Castillo ran for him. He was bunted over to second by Schrank for the first out of the inning. Base hit single by McMahon, but it was to the left side, so Castillo had to hold to make sure it went through. Then the walk by Garcia, and now the pop out. Ooh, swing the ball in the dirt. Nicely blocked by Barnes to keep it in front of him. The guy goes to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Oh, boy. That could have been the go-ahead run, scoring on a wild pitch with a strike, but Barnes doing a nice job. Griffin just missed a chance for a foul pop-up earlier. The 1-2. Up high, 2-2. The 2-2 pitch with 2 outs. Fouled off. Senior having a nice at bat. Austin, the junior second baseman for the Vaqueros. Same two teams tomorrow at noon. Should be Acosta versus Schneider. Lopes hoping they're playing for the sweep. Vaqueros hoping they're playing for the series. Coming up on 3.5 hours in this one. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch from Vorhoff. Just got a piece of it to stay alive and got past Barnes. Well, we looked at it last night. Lopes had a 3-hour and 30-minute game against Arizona and a 3-hour and 32-minute game at Arkansas. Closing in on 3:30 here. 2-2 again. Vorhoff's pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out on a high fastball. Vorhoff pitches out of the bases loaded jam. And we go to the bottom of the 9th. Knotted at 4. LaRouge, Evans, and Schwartz. A chance to walk it off here at Brazel. Well, folks, if you're visiting campus this spring, why not stay at the GCU Hotel? Featuring comfortable rooms, a resort-style pool, and the Canyon 49 Grill, it is the perfect place to stay when visiting Grand Canyon University. Rooms start at $79 a night. Book a room today at gcuhotel.com. Well, Matrata making a change, of course, down at first base. It's going to be number 4, Anthony Gomez. Looks like he's going to first, and Castillo's going out to right field. That 9th inning, a great job from Vorhoff. The single, the bunt, the single, the walk. It was an intentional walk. And with 1 out and the bases loaded in a tie ball game 4-4, Vorhoff got Collazo, the number 3 hole hitter, to pop out. An infield fly rule to the second baseman, Austin Bull. And he got Senior, the cleanup man, to strike out going after a high fastball. LaRouge, Evans, and Schwartz. Chance for the Lopes to walk one off here. Get their 18th win of the season and their 12th in conference play. New Mexico State started a half game back, but they've already won 7-4 at home against Northern Colorado. So those teams are knotted above, at the top of the WAC standings. LaRouge will lead things off. Tommy struck out looking in the first, base hit, single, and scored a run in the third, had a sac bunt in the 5th, and a single in the 7th. Pitch misses up high. Ball 1. Lamb on. Once again, Tom hitting .326 on the season. 2 for 3 on the day. Little flare out the left. Backing up, though, actually. Now coming in. Making the grab and left is Garcia. Leadoff man retired.
Moving from right to the first base, Anthony Gomez. Remaining in the game in right field, number 1, Chris Castillo. Now batting for the Lopes.
Ian Evans at the plate for GCU after the fly out to left to start the game, or the inning, I should say, for LaRouge. Evans struck out swinging in the first, had a pop into foul territory that went as a sac fly to score a run in the third, and struck out looking in the 5th, reached on a fielder's choice in the 7th. That one hit well, slicing away from the center fielder. It's going to drop, and took a high hop, almost got over McMahon. Evans, a 1-out base hit, and the Lopes have the winning run aboard. Boy, that ball was slicing away. McMahon, very speedy out there in center field, came in, but that ball took a hop and almost got over the center fielder. McMahon, at 5'10", had to reach up over his head to snag it. So Garrison Schwartz, 3 for 4, 3 singles and 3 RBI. He has been taking the ball right back up the middle. All 3 of his base hits. Evans takes his lead at first. Lamb's game, no action in the pin for the Vaqueros. The pitch. Boy, Gary thought about that one. Took it for strike one. Gary in 269. Throw over and Evans dives back. Schwartz with 30 RBI. He had the base hit single leading off the second. Came up with 2 outs in the third and a couple runners on. Had a base hit single up the middle to drive into. Ground out to second in the fifth, and then with 2 outs in the seventh, got a base hit single to bring home Bull. Pitches outside 1-1. That fourth run at the time was just a little tack-on run to get one back after the Lopes had given up one in the seventh. Make it a 4-1 ball game, but boy, they needed it. Vaqueros put 3 on the board in the eighth. The 1-1. Evans with his lead. Throw over and Evans dives back. Not a huge lead for Ian over there. Evans, though, 3 for 3 in stolen bases. A 1-1. Outside, 2-1. So Garrison 3 for 4 in this one. He's 2 for 4 last night. He's already got 5 RBI in the series. Lopes trying to walk it off here and get their 18th win of the season and 12th in conference play. The 2-1. Throw over and Evans dives back. Sac State, New Mexico State, Utah Valley have all won already today. Lopes trying to put their name into that group. The 2-1. In the air, fouled off left side. That's going to get out of play. 2 balls and 2 strikes. It looks like if the Lopes have to go into extra innings, I think Bobby Malachy getting loose down there, and he's just kind of standing around, so he should be good to go. I think Vorhoff has already thrown 41 pitches after 13 yesterday. The 2-2. Throw over and Evans back again. Softball underway, and Lopes are up 5-0 after 2. Trying to sweep that series with Utah Valley. Send the seniors out on a positive note on senior night. The 2-2. Just outside 3-2. Well, the thought process was we would finish up this game, close up shop, and head over and catch the last inning or two in the senior night presentations at softball. However, might have to just watch it on GCU TV. The 3-2. Another throw over. Ooh, in the dirt. Picked by the new first baseman, Gomez, on the backhand. Especially if softball figures out a way to pull up the run rule. The 3-2. There goes the runner. The pitch fouled off. So Lopes staying aggressive with the 3-2 count and 1 out. Evans started, but Schwartz fouls it back. So Ian will head back to first. Ian, of course, the winning run. Three-two count once again. Lamb from the stretch. See if he goes. Does. High ball 4. Boy, what an at-bat by Schwartz. I tell you, it looks like he is getting locked in here. Had the 3 doubles in the ball game up at Chicago State. 2 for 4 yesterday with a couple of RBI. 3 for 4 with a couple of RBI, or 3 RBI. Been on base 4 times out of 5 plate appearances, and Cuba Best is going to come up and pinch hit for Ty Wyatt. Wyatt came in on fire, but he has struggled here. He's 0 for 8 in 2 games in this series. So Cuba Bess will come up pitch hit.
Pinch hitter for Wyatt, number 28, Cuba Bess.
Cuba, number 28, hitting 271 on the year. No homers, but 7 RBI. I want to try to stay away from a ground ball double play here. But a base hit. Evans, a good base runner out there. Good speed. Estrella going to try to keep him honest out there. 1 out, 4-4 ball game. Bess is now going to call timeout as Lamb has taken his time. First pitch from Lamb. Tried to check his swing and fouled it off. A little over aggressive there for the freshman from Colorado. Cuba, this is his 29th game he's played and has 14 starts. The 0-1 with Malice on deck. Outside, 1-1. Good take by the freshman. Best came here as a catcher and he's gotten some time as the DH early on. Got hits in 8 of his first 9 career games. Big hit here would be one of his biggest. 1-1. Now Lamb steps off. Estrella trying to keep Evans close. Ian doing a nice job out there, getting some help from his coaching staff, but every time Estrella has a little jab step toward the bag, Ian will just creep back toward the bag, and then immediately following that, he'll kind of creep back toward third. 1-1 count with 1 out. Runners at first and second, 4-4 ball game. Bottom of the 9th. Pitch from Lamb. In the air, hit well and deep. Going back, and caught, but Evans was all the way to third, going to slide back in safely. What a play by the center fielder, McMahon. Boy, Bess gave it a ride to a very deep part of the ballpark, but McMahon tracked it down and made the grab. Castillo didn't have a chance out there in right field. Evans could have easily tagged and went to second, but he was thinking he was going to score there. Took off to third and didn't see that McMahon had tracked it down. Boy, McMahon plays a great center field. I really didn't think he was going to get there either, but making that grab, heading over toward the warning track, almost doubled off Evans. So now, Lopes needed a 2-out base hit. Zach Malice. First pitch to Zach. Down low and in the dirt. Ball 1. Zach started the day single, and then a ground out to second. Lopes have scored 3 of their 4 runs with 2 outs. Could score the game winner here with 2 outs. Zach hitting .280 on the season. 1 homer, 14 RBI. Well, Cuba gave it a ride, but onto the warning track, and McMahon made the grab. Inside, 2-0. Evans takes his lead. Estrella trying to keep him close. Now he creeps off the pitch. In their first strike, 2 balls and 1 strike. Malice looked like he was taken all the way. Look at the outfield straight away. Pretty much normal depth with the 2 outs here. Anything that falls in front of them, they'll have to unleash a throw home. The 2-1. Check the swing up high. 3-1. They check with the third base umpire who's out there in front of the shortstop. He says no go. That's Travis Reiniger. And now it's a 3-1 count. So Malice should get a good pitch to hit here. Pavlica on deck. Got a 4-4 ball game here. Lopes trying to walk it off in the bottom of the 9th. Get their 12th conference victory and stay half a game ahead of New Mexico State. The 3-1. Up high, and he walked him. So now, a walk to Pavlica would win the ball game as the bases are loaded. Second walk of the inning for Lamb. Pavlica had the 2-run homer. We're going to get a visit to the mound. Possibly a change. I didn't see anybody warming up down there, though. But they are going to make a change. So we got a new pitcher coming in, and I frankly didn't even see anybody warming up down there. So Lamb's going to head to the bench, and got a big right-hander coming in to face Pavlica. Andy Matrona still chatting with his catcher. We haven't got the number yet who the new pitcher is. Looks like it might be 37, Matthew Mendoza, the 6'2 freshman out of Mercedes, Texas. It's number 27. Oh, if it's 27, it's Carter Johnson, the guy who was supposed to start. Yeah, it's number 27, so there's your Friday night starter, Carter Johnson, and I guess he didn't want to warm him up because of that cut on the finger, or maybe he's warm from Friday. We'll see. But Carter Johnson going to come in. Boy, this is a bit of a jam to put in a guy who's got a cut on his finger and hasn't really warmed up. But Carter Johnson going to come in the ball game. The guy was supposed to start on Friday night, but couldn't go because of that injury to the finger. Going to come in here in a tense situation where a walk would give the game to the Lopes. Number 27, Carter Johnson, the 6'1" redshirt junior out of Encinitas, California, and Palomar College. So an interesting move there by the skipper. I mean, he's obviously a very good pitcher. He's your Friday night guy. But if he couldn't go because of an injury and really didn't get a chance to warm up at all, interesting to see what he can do here. Johnson having a nice year. In 10 appearances, all starts. This is his first appearance out of the pen. A 2.87 ERA, a record of 4-4. In 59 2/3, he's given up 46 hits, 26 runs, 19 earned, walked 17, and struck out 61. He's also given up 8 extra base hits, 3 doubles, 3 triples, and 2 homers. Opponents are hitting .216 against him. So Pavlica was supposed to face him on Friday night. Johnson was scratched, and no Preston will come up there with the bases loaded. Evans at third, he's the winning run. Schwartz at second, Malice at first. Longest game of the year for the Lopes. At 3 hours and 43 minutes in. She has to walk it off here. First pitch to Pavlica. Outside ball 1. That ball slicing away from the plate. Not throwing the fastball. Starting here, Malaki still getting ready down in the Lopes pen. Johnson getting his sign. Evans the only runner that really matters down there at third base. They got to force at any base. The 1-0 to Pavlica. In there for a strike. 1-1. Preston flew out to center, deep to center, walked in the 4th, flew out to left in the 6th, and ground out to second in the 8th. And 242 on the season with a homer and 3 RBI. Trying to pick up number 4 here. The 1-1. Ripped at the shortstop, the dive and the grab by Estrella, and we go to the 10th. Boy, Preston hit that one on the button. It was hooking away from the shortstop, but the grab is made by Estrella, and we go to extra innings. 4-4 ball game as we head to the 10th. Lopes have the bases loaded. Can't get the run across. This is Lopes Baseball on GCU TV.
Learn the art of hospitality management at GCU, right in the heart of Phoenix, Arizona, a top tourism market bustling with opportunity for our hospitality students. Join the student team at GCU Hotel, delivering unmatched service plus amenities like the Oasis Pool, Fitness Center, and Canyon 49 Grill. Learn golf management at GCU Championship Golf Course, featuring over 7,200 yards of expansive tees and tree-lined fairways. Find your purpose at Grand Canyon University. Visit gcu.edu.
Pitching for the Lopes, number 33.
4-4 ball game as we go to extra innings. The Lopes 1-1 in extra inning affairs this season. A new pitcher on the mound, Bobby Malachy, number 33. Robert Malachy, the 6'2" sophomore at Lake Havasu City, Arizona, and Hutchinson College. Malachy, 6.89 ERA, a record of 0-2. This is his 13th appearance. He did get one start earlier this year. Malachy in 15 2/3, 24 hits, 14 runs, 12 earned. He's walked 9 and struck out 15. Malachy will face Estrella, Gomez, and Torres. Estrella making the nice play out at short. The backhand dive of the shot by Pavlica. Boy, you pull it about 6 inches further, and you got the game-winning walk-off base hit. First pitch to Estrella by Malachy. High ball 1. Well, Coach Stankiewicz has been comfortable with Vorhoff and Franks in there for a strike, and a bit comfortable with Andrews, but kind of been a work in progress with the rest of the bullpen. Hopefully Malachy can get the job done here. Bounces it up there. Quinn Cotton in left field. They pinch hit for Wyatt, and Best gave it a ride to right center field, but couldn't get it up and out of here or off the wall. So Wyatt out of the ball game. Quinn Cotton in left. 2-1, almost hit him. 3-1. Well, what could have been for the Lopes. They were up 4-3, gave up 3 in the 8th. They'd given up 2 on a base hit single by Collazo, and then at the air on the third baseman, Malice, to let the tying run come in. Pavlica coming back, making the grab for the first out of the inning. Well, the softball squad is in the top of the 4th, up 9-0.
First baseman Anthony Gomez.
So softball started 51 minutes ago. 2 more outs, and that ball game will be over. Is that right? Would that be the fastest ball game like in... That one hit him.
Third baseman Tyler Torres.
So they actually need 5 outs. There's 1 out in the top of the 4th for GCU softball, but they're up 9-0, so they do need another couple innings. Won't be a 51-minute ball game. Back to the matter at hand here, though. Boy, Malachy hits Gomez, and so the go-ahead run is on at first with Torres at the plate. That pitch misses inside, ball one. Well, it's been the freebies as well. The walk that started the 8th inning by Andrews came around to score the second run of the ball game. Here the hit batter Gomez down at first with one out. See if Malachy can get a ground ball at somebody on the outside corner, 1-1. Well, Taylor Nolan got the win in game one on Friday. A senior is now throwing here in the last game of the year at home. And she got a no-hitter going here. And there for a strike. 1-2 the count to Torres. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Lopes up 9-0. Torres hitting .252 on the season. No homers, 13 RBI. Throw over and Gomez back. The 1-2. Malachy checks the pitch. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. Bobby Malachy. After the hit batter strikes out Torres, and Castillo comes up to the plate. Castillo came in as a pinch runner for Victor Garcia Jr. in the 9th inning. Was stranded down at third base. Stayed in to play right field as Gomez, who's now down at first base, moved from right to first base. This will be Castillo's first AB of the ball game in the series. Throw over, Gomez back. Looking ahead for GCU in the bottom of the 10th. They'll have 8, 9, and 1. So Barnes, Mumper, and Bull. Missed outside. Barnes tried to frame it. 1-0 the count to Castillo. The 1-0. Up high. 2-0. Four top of the 10th. 13 hits for the Lopes, 8 for UTRGV. 3 errors for GCU. The last one, the costly one, that let the tying run come in. The 2-0. Throw over Malachy, who in the dirt, backhanded by Evans. Just stabbed at it. Able to make the play. Don't want to get too cute over there. Work on the batter, Castillo. The 2-0. In there for a strike, 2-1. Runner going, fouled off. Count goes to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Castillo hitting .250 on the year, no homers. Does have 20 RBI. Castillo, the open stance from the left side, the 2-2. Runner not going. Fouled off toward the Lopes dugout. Count stays 2 balls and 2 strikes. Well, Carter Johnson was supposed to get the start on Friday night. Did not. And has come in relief, so no action in the pen. Looks like he'll come out for the bottom of the 10th. Pavlica hit him hard, but a good play by the shortstop. Runner going, throw by Barnes. They might got him. They did. Not sure why running there, trying to maybe push the action a bit with Castillo up, and Barnes. A strike down to second. Cuts down the runner Gomez, and that is the inning. We go to the bottom of the 10th, 4-4 ball game. Barnes, Mumper, and Bull coming up for the Lopes. Get the best gear to show off your Lope pride. Go to lopeshops.gcu.edu. Find everything GCU. From the newest apparel to the coolest accessories, use promo code GCUTV20. Get 20% off for being a GCU TV viewer. Let's paint the Valley purple. Lopes up. As we go to the bottom of the 10th, 4-4 ball game. Carter Johnson back on the hill. Longest game of the year for the Lopes was 4 hours and 4 minutes at UNLV. They had a 3:32 game at Arkansas. The longest home game was 3 hours and 30 minutes. But now they're getting close to breaking that 4 hour and 4 minute mark as the longest game of the year. What was our official start time in this one? Like 2:04, 2:03-ish, 2:04. So 4 hours and 4 minutes. We got to go to 6:08. We're nearing. Barnes the lead off against Carter Johnson. Barnes came in on defense after Meyer got a base hit in the 8th with 2 outs. Put a pinch runner in, Kona Quiggle. And Barnes came in defensively and made a fantastic throw to cut down the runner trying to steal Anthony Gomez. Carter Johnson into the windup. Fouled off by Barnes. Strike one. Well, Johnson came in, as we mentioned, to face one batter, Pavlica, with the bases loaded in the 9th. And Preston squared it up and ripped a line drive and a backhand dive by Estrella at short to make the grab and end the inning and push us into extras. We are in the 10th, 4-4. Fouled back again. No balls and 2 strikes to Barnes. Griffin hitting 178, 1 homer, 4 RBI. Mumper's on deck. In the top of the order. The 0-2. Way outside. 1 ball, 2 strike to Barnes. Barnes out of Anaheim, California. Redshirt sophomore. In the air to right, slicing away. If it's fair, it could be trouble. Going. It's going to one-hop the wall. Barnes on his horse. He's going to cruise into second with a leadoff double. There you go, Griff. The Lopes have the winning run at second base. Well, the Lopes have figured out UTRGV, once they get a couple strikes, they really work that outside corner. Now see if Mumper bunts him over or if they let him hit away. Top of the order coming up, you would think. The plan here by Coach Stankiewicz would be bunt him over to third, and then you can get a sac fly or a wild pitch to bring him home. A Mumper at the plate. Expecting the bunt. Gomez at first, in on the grass. Torres at third. Now once again, the catcher, Schrank, asking for a sign. He's going to step out front and go through the signs with the team. What do they want to do on a bunt here? Seattle, New Mexico State, and Utah Valley have all already won today. Lopes trying to join them and stay atop the WAC standings all by themselves. Currently even with New Mexico State. Mumper already squaring around. Pitch from Johnson. Bunts it foul. Mumper had a single and scored a run in the 3rd. Ground out to the 3rd baseman in the 4th. Struck out looking in the 7th. Walked in the 8th, but was stranded at first base there when both struck out to end the inning. Now Coach Stankiewicz having a word Signs just aren't going to work. Got to bring him up and have a chat with him. Now we're ready to go. The 0-1 up above his head, almost hit him in the helmet. And gloved. 1-1 the count. Barnes with the leadoff double out there at second base. Mumper squaring a bunt. Pinching in on the infield, the 1-1. Bunts it to first. Throw to first. Ooh, almost airmailed it, and almost a collision at first base as the second baseman, Senior, had to come across the bag. A good job by Mumper and Senior not to collide. Mumper gets the bunt down, and now the winning run 90 feet away. Top of the order, Austin Bull. Boy, Mumper almost legged that one out, too. And Gomez, the first baseman, hustled in and almost threw it over the second baseman's head, who was covering. So Bull at the plate now. Chance to drive in the winning run here. 4-4 ball game in the bottom of the 10th. Bull a ground out in the first, walked and scored in the third, doubled in the fifth, but was stranded at third base. Singled and scored in the seventh and struck out looking in the eighth. Now Manny Metrano going to come out there, and might be it for Carter Johnson. Boy, we're seeing Metrano. I'm not sure who he'd go to, but he went to Carter Johnson without throwing any warm-up pitches. Nobody out there warming up in the bullpen, so I think it's maybe just a visit to come out and say, what do they want to do here? I mean, I guess technically you could walk a couple of guys here and load the bases for Evans, but really with the man on third, really need a strikeout more than anything. Metrano having a long talk, and home plate umpire Troy Haddock comes out and breaks it up. Metrano, really nobody to go to at this stage. I mean, nobody warming up in the pen, and he's just out there trying to encourage the squad, tell them what they want to do directly. We'll see if they're going to walk the bases loaded here. Looks like they're definitely going to give a pass to Bull. So they're going to do 4 wide to Bull, put him on. We'll see what they do to LaRouge. You know, in MLB, you just hold up the 4 fingers, but this is kind of the thing I like about it. It's a little bit dicey, you know, throwing these pitches wide. Of course, we saw Gary Sanchez, a great catcher for the Yankees. They tried to walk him, and they threw one too close to the plate last year, and he reached out and smacked, I think it was a home run, hit it out of the ballpark, the 3-0. And Bull takes the intentional walk. And now LaRouge at the plate. Well, LaRouge would be a tough guy to double up, so I think, see what they do here. So they walked Bull. Now they got a chance for a double play, but Tom, like I said, a tough guy to double up. So now runners at the corners and 1 out. LaRouge at the plate. Tom, a couple of base hits in this one and scored a run. First pitch, fastball, outside corner, strike one. Tom struck out looking in the first, singled and scored in the third, had a sac bunt in the fifth, singled in the seventh, and flew out to left in the ninth. You know, you could think about a squeeze play here. Third baseman Torres on the dirt. Pitch too far outside. 1-1. Crowd wanted that, but it was well off the plate. So we have officially, I believe, tied the longest game of the year for GCU. One more tick of the clock, and this should be the longest, the 1-1. Bunting that time, and it was a safety in there for a strike. 1-2. So now everybody unhappy with the outside corner by the home plate umpire, Troy Haddock. Both teams feeling like he's making bad calls out there. Now 1-2 strike count. So they had the safety squeeze on, and Tom pulled the bat back, and he got called a strike, the 1-2. Well outside, 2-2. LaRouche hitting .322 on the season. One homer. Does have 15 RBI. Hope's trying to walk it off here in the 10th. Get their 12th conference win and stay a half game up on New Mexico State. Wild pitch, a sac fly. Anything would do. Base hit, the 2-2. Step off by Carter Johnson. They are holding the runner on at first, Bull, so big gap over there. If he can pull the ball to the right side, it should get through. The 2-2. Inside, 3-2. That one almost looked like it crossed up the catcher. Had to backhand that one in around the ankles of Tom LaRouche. Now 3-2 count with one out. You would imagine Bull would be running here. Still holding him on. And Bull's going to go back as UTRGV takes more time. Taking a lot of time for the catcher, Schrank, to get those signs and look down at his wrist guard and relay him back to the pitcher. Runner goes, chop foul by LaRouche into the Vaqueros dugout. So Bull will come back and we'll do it again. Same two teams tomorrow at noon. Full count pitch here with one out. Winning run. Griffin Barnes down at third base. He had a leadoff double. We are in the bottom of the 10th, the 3-2. Chopper right side. Foul ball, the throw home, not in time, but it's a foul ball. And the GCU fans excited about that one as Barnes slid home safely, and the safe sign was given by the home plate umpire. But first base umpire, who's been in the crosshairs the whole game, Billy Barnes, very quickly said that was a foul ball. And you could see that it was, as Gomez. I thought initially Gomez isn't the original first baseman. Thought he might try to charge in on that and snag that in fair territory as it was bouncing foul. So we'll do it again. 3-2 strike count. Andy Stankiewicz right up with Barnes, chatting with them. The pitch. Chopper past the dive of the first baseman, but foul. So Tom working that right side. They're pitching him in. So Bull will get back to first. Now Tom, another crack at it with the 3-2 count. Payoff pitch once again. Little chopper, that should do it. Up the middle and through. LaRouge with the walk-off base hit single. Barnes comes in to score. And the Lopes win the longest game of the season, 5-4 in 10. LaRouge once again with the walk-off, and they're dousing him with water, and they've got the whole bucket out there tossing it on him in shallow right field. And it looks like they've ripped his shirt off as well. A few of the Vaqueros trying to get through the mob there and just get out of here. So the Lopes get the victory unofficially. 4 hours and 9 minutes, the longest game of the year for GCU, and the Lopes win the series in 10. Tom LaRouge, the hero, but really Griffin Barnes with a 1-2 count rips a double down the right field line to get on second. Mumper bunts him over. They intentionally walk Bull, and on a 3-2 pitch, about the fourth 3-2 pitch he saw, Tommy just bounced it up the middle, and the Lopes win it 5-4, your final here. And Bobby Malachy gets the win in this one. Carter Johnson gets the loss. The Lopes push their record to 18-19, 12-2, and stay a half game up in the WAC. UTRGV drops it even 500, 21-21, 4-10 in conference play. Thanks so much for everybody sticking with us in this, the longest game of the season for GCU. Oh, by the way, softball, which started an hour and 15 minutes ago, just 2 outs away from winning on senior night. They're up 10-0 in the top of the 5th. Thanks for tuning in. We'll be back for more baseball tomorrow at noon right here on GCU TV. Thanks to Scotty Mack, Scott, and Swade. I'm Michael Potter. Thanks so much for joining us. And don't forget to follow Grand Canyon University on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. And subscribe to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/GCU. I will be talking with the head coach, Andy Stankiewicz, and Tom LaRouge. You can hear those interviews on SoundCloud. Just follow us on Twitter at GCU Baseball. Lopes win it 5-4, your final. They take the series. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow at noon. Go Lopes.